Hey everyone, how are y'all? Tara, how are you? Sweet Misery, how are you? Hey Lady V, how are you tonight? Sally, Mae, and Michelle, how are y'all? Hey Courtney, how are you? OCD Shaggy, how are you? Hey Gigi. Hey Teresa, how are you? Family and friends, how are you? Hey K Braz, how are you tonight? Alright, give me a second. Let me see what's up with Nightbot. Yeah, Lady B, I'm going to see. Usually, if I log into it, it starts working. Ron, John, and Matt, how are y'all? Hey, just Don, how are you? Sunset Gazing, how are you? Alright, there it goes. Alright, so emails pinned to the top of the chat. See, we are going to start chanting your name. It's going to be great. Thank you, Matt. Or Mandy May. Thank you. JC, how are you? Hey, Jamie, how are you? Kelly P, how are you tonight? Hey, Roger, how are you? Hey, Gigi. Got my phone with you straightened out. Oh, good, Gigi. I'm glad. Alright, yeah, make sure that your live chat, your chat is on live chat. Oh Lord, I can't even type tonight. Hey Julie, how are you? Hey Marina, how are you tonight? Betty Joe, how are you? So I go for my eye surgery September the 26th on my right eye. Oh, Betty Joe, that is awesome. That gives you just the right amount of time to have it done, get it healed up, and get to watch the trial. Okay, JC, no problem. Truth Exposed, how are you? Hey, hippie chick. Truth Exposed, I'm doing good, thank you. Lucia, yes, it is a status hearing that they have scheduled for tomorrow. And they actually dropped two different documents today. One is the scheduling order, and the other is the order regarding the notice of hearing, which I'll go over both of those in just a second. Hey G, how are you? Marina, yes, I am doing good, thank you. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Ron, John, I know that Ann Taylor will be there in person. I'm assuming that the prosecution will be there. I'm sure the Zoom is just for the families. Jan with two N's, how are you? Sweetness, you got me wondering what this surprise is supposed to be. Tree Baby, I missed all of y'all too. I had a bad headache yesterday. And that's one reason why I didn't go live. Ron, John, you're very welcome. Alright. Let me grab a link and then I'm going to go over these documents. They're not super long. I think two of them, well, there was one that came out yesterday. It's regarding the status hearing tomorrow. Hey, Cole the Herd, how are you? Candy with the C, how are you? And then the one about the Zoom thing is basically like the same one that they put out the other day. And then the scheduling order. Lady V, how are you?
Hello. Hey, everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button on your way in, please. How are you, Starlet? You feeling better today?
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing good. Chrissy is sitting backstage.
She's so funny.
I'm trying to figure out what she's got on her head before I bring her up.
Oh, heavens only knows.
All I can see is something that says year. Because she did tell me that she had a surprise, but.
Yeah.
All right, Christy, I'm fixing to bring you up. Are you going to leave your camera on? All right. I guess she is. How are you?
It says I'm in a pickle.
Oh,
Pickle.
so when you. Oh, okay. I see the pickle now.
I can't get it right, guys.
Go the other way.
It's a real pickle.
Go
the other. Turn the other way.
Turn your head the other way.
way. No.
There you go. That is so cute.
I can't get it right, but it's a whole real pickle. Okay.
Okay,
How
that
was
is
your
too
surprise?
cute. Thank you. That is very cute. I didn't see the pickle at first. Hey, Avery, William, how are y'all?
The amazing Tiff is like, now I want a damn pickle.
Hey, Willie, how are you?
Wow.
Hey, check it out. I got a new.
I saw that.
I took the hat off for the avatar.
The amazing Tiff, how are you?
All right now.
How you guys doing?
I think
doing good. How are you?
At that one a while.
I'm good. What you say, lady?
I said I think I could look at this one a while.
Oh God. That's why I don't take the hat off.
Oh my God. Yeah.
People are like, oh, you're bald. I'm like, I ain't bald.
You're not bald.
I know, but people are douche.
You have a very nice head of hair.
Hey, Bianca, how are you?
Just watch out when Avery comes in. I'm just saying.
Are you sure you're not a UPS driver, Willie?
Huh?
Are you sure you're not a UPS driver?
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
Lord.
Oh, you're going to have all the girls hitting on you.
Where?
Mm-mm-mm. Everywhere.
He said where?
I'm making some chicken right now.
You're making
Got my
what?
headphones. Some chicken.
Oh.
What do you think I said?
I couldn't understand you.
He said where the ladies at, and then he started saying something about chicken, and I choked. I thought it had something to do with whatever Lady V was talking about.
Y'all are too funny.
With the pet tarantula.
Yeah, I can't hardly laugh because my side still hurts from the other night from laughing so hard.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
What are we going over?
The other night?
No,
Wait,
what are
were
we going
you-
over tonight?
Oh, I'm gonna go over the documents that dropped.
No, listen, I've realized that like I'm an old man. I can't hang every night. I try.
Were
Why
you
not?
in
We
here?
do.
No, he wasn't in here the other night, was he?
No.
No, he wasn't here
Okay.
Sunday night. It was just
Okay.
the girls up in here.
Yeah.
Except for
I
Riddler.
was dead to the wind at like 10 p.m.
Hey, HT, how are you?
And let's see. Oh.
Hey, Riddler. Wait, what were you
And
uh-ohing about?
Dan says,
Is he here?
Willie cooks too? Yeah, I told you you're going to have the girls hitting on you.
Of course I'm Greek. I have to
Be
cook.
careful, Avery just came in.
Get my ass kicked if I can't cook.
Vapor, how are you? Let's see. All the guys are scared the other. I mean, Riddler's the only guy that came up the other night for what, 5 seconds?
5 minutes or something.
What are
Yeah.
they scared of?
It wasn't any certain subject that we had going on the other night. It was just talking about different cases. Then Avery come up and got us sidetracked.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll hop in a pool full of sharks on here. I don't care. I love it. I love every second of it.
I'm dropping. I just wanted to show you my little hat.
Well,
So
thank you. I loved it. That was very nice of you.
All right. See ya.
See, Avery just said, she said, I said, Willie is lucky I'm not 20 years younger.
Good Lord. Riddler, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Willie, it was ladies' night here last night, or
Shit.
2 nights ago.
What the hell?
Yes, Sunday night. Today's Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever been that tired in my life. There was no way I was making it. Damn it. How'd it go?
Kathleen, you were very welcome, and thank you
We
for
had a
joining us.
blast.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
We were like all over the place on subjects.
Yeah, I literally laughed so hard, my side hurts. All right, let me grab this first document that came out yesterday. And most of y'all have probably seen it. It's nothing special, but I still have to go over it. Hey, Miss Kelly, how are you?
You know, we have a GG and a GG and a G in
Yep.
chat tonight.
And the 2 GGs are spelled different.
Uh-huh. Thank goodness.
Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you?
Sally Mae's like, ladies, calm down.
Hey, Summer, how are you? All right. Did it pull up? Okay, I don't know why there's such a lag between my computer and my TV. All right, so this came out yesterday. Like I said, I'm pretty sure most of y'all saw it, but it is for the status hearing that is scheduled for tomorrow at 2:15. Don't know if we'll get to see it or not, or if there's even going to be a camera in the courtroom for this one. But I do know that Ann's supposed to be there, and I'm pretty sure the prosecution will be there. I don't know if the prosecution is going to do the Zoom thing. The judge did ask if they wanted to do Zoom, and Ann said the other day that no, that she wanted to be in person. So, hey, Candy Girl, how are you? So there's that. So tomorrow at 2:15, which will be 4:15 my time.
Every time I put my phone down, somebody else comes in the room.
Well, I watched a lot of different channels go over the past hearing and everything, and very interesting.
Oh, the one that they had the other day?
Very interesting.
Yes. Candy, I'm doing good, thank you.
Riddler, do you believe this? I mean, could you imagine being on that jury and they come to you with that, hey, listen, we just didn't feel like testing them.
Oh, did I miss something?
I would love to be on that jury.
Yes,
Yeah,
unless you just missed that part. I turned it off after I heard that. After he sat there and said, like, well, listen, if they don't have it, we ain't got it. And I was like, oh my.
Oh no,
Like,
I heard that.
So I'm just trying to figure out how and why. You know it's male DNA, which means you obviously tested it.
Right.
So why did you just build the damn trees or whatever you had to do or whatever?
That's a pretty quick test, though, that they did.
Well, I'm sure they built it against those inmates, former prisoners, whatever you want to call them, convicts.
CODIS?
Yeah, I'm sure they went against that system and probably said, well, there's no match there. So now where are they going to go? And maybe, I don't know, maybe military could be the only other one. But he needed to give a better answer than what he gave. He just gave it like, we don't really care. We're only after one guy, and you see him. He's right over there. That's what I got out of that whole statement.
Yeah, he was kind of like a little like he didn't know anything to anybody. Like he was just like, nah, whatever. I was like, damn, this guy's pretty like ballsy right now saying this.
You know, and that's fine if he wants to act that way, but I've got a bigger pen. My sword is bigger than his. When I go in that back room and I says, not guilty, how y'all feel it? Well, gosh, Riddler, we're 11-1. I says, well, you got a problem then.
Hey, Liza, how are you?
But I'm that type of juror, and there's going to be other types that are going to say, hey, the PCA is fine enough for me. And I understand that. That's just the way their thought patterns are. But I'm the type of juror I want to be as close to 100% positive we got the right guy.
Well, yeah, especially on a DP case.
Exactly. And so, I want to see what the attitude of the state is. And, that shocked me the other day when he just says, I can't give you what I don't have. The better answer was, we have sent everything to the lab. We're waiting on, I don't know, I'll just make up a thing. We're waiting on evidence 15 and evidence 72 to come back.
Well, I'm assuming the reason he didn't bring up that they're waiting for all this evidence and didn't say that is because you got a damn trial coming up soon. So if you don't have this stuff back pretty soon and hand it over, then they don't have valid time to build a defense around it. So then you have to take the death penalty off the table. No?
That's what happened in Lori Vallow's trial.
So I just don't see how that, I just hope they get their shit together and figure it out, because that's not like you said, Riddler, that's not a good enough answer. Whatever he said.
Not.
I mean, I don't know. I was shocked. I didn't expect. I think everybody was shocked. But
it just sounds like to me the state wants to agitate the defense, and the defense wants to agitate the prosecution.
Yeah.
Instead of let's just make sure we're doing everything right and let's get the facts out there, and that's all. That's what the people pay you for.
Yeah, so no damn mistrial. We don't have any kind of any appeal later on or anything. Like there's already so much crap. I don't know. It was just shocking. I thought there was some kind of answer for those DNAs, but I guess not. I
mean, the people's taxes pay their salary, and our taxes pay their taxes. So get it right. That's what we got you in there for. We're proud of you, but do it right.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know, Scarlett. What do you think? Like, I don't know. How'd that make you feel? Is that
I mean, if I was sitting in his shoes, I would want to know who these people were, these unidentified male DNA sources. I would want my attorney to fight to find out why they didn't do them. And mine was the only one, but these other ones were in the crime scene. Why wasn't they done as well?
yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Okay, so Baker wants to know who thinks that he gets out on bail if there is a mistrial. I don't know if they would let him out or not.
I don't think you would.
I think that would be
a crazy group would probably raise money if you had
yeah,
to.
because I mean, if he was to get it, let's just say he got out on bail. Okay, where is he gonna? I mean, where's he gonna go?
Where's he gonna go? Witness
Is he-
protection?
Yeah, I mean, is he gonna go back to Pennsylvania?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it doesn't really matter if he did it or not. His life's over.
All right, we lost Riddler.
I'll never be able to go anywhere, and
Nope.
so
I know that's what I said from the beginning too. I mean, better hope they got the right person.
well, that's why I just keep always saying, like, even though I kind of somewhat, I his life's over anyway, so whatever. I mean, I just like you said, I hope they got it right, but it all just
Yeah.
seems weird. That's all.
I don't think they'll give him bail.
I don't either.
Did
I
they
really
give that?
don't.
Well, what happened with that Melia dude?
He got a mistrial, but his trial starts back. Is it October? His new trial, and I believe they're going to put his trial with his co-defendant.
Is he still in jail?
I don't know, because I did see something about somebody had put a video out, and on the thumbnail it said that Millie's coming home, but I don't know if he ever got out or not. I know that after they did the mistrial thing, he had another court date, but I don't know what happened. I think Troll watched it way more than I did, but I don't think he even watched it every day, and he's kind of kept up with it more than I have. Okay, Hippie Chick said yes, Millie is still in jail.
Gotcha.
But I do know that they're supposed to put his and his co-defendant's trials together now, because to begin with, they were separate.
Murder on my mind. I can't believe they were bumping that music and during the court proceedings. What the hell? I was like shaking my head.
Let's see, Scott. So the next question, would you be safe out in public? Scott, honestly, if he got out on bail now, I don't think he would be. I really don't. Okay, all right. Let me grab this next document. Pull it up. All right, Riddler, you back?
Riddler's here. Riddle me this.
Riddle me that.
Let me grab this one. This is just basically the same as the other one was the other day before the hearing. This is just the order regarding the notice of the hearing for Zoom information, and just says that the court is mindful that limited courtroom capacity and potential travel restrictions may interfere with the victims and the defendant's families' ability to observe the court proceedings in the case on August 23rd at 2:15. Therefore, in the event that they are unable or prefer not to attend the proceeding in person, the court finds it necessary to make the court proceedings available via Zoom for the victims and the defendant's immediate family members under the following restrictions. So it is hereby ordered that the victims and the defendant's immediate family members may observe the court proceedings in person via Zoom. They have redacted the Zoom ID and the passcode. The Zoom information above shall not be disseminated to anyone other than the victims and the defendant's immediate family members, and any recording or live streaming of the proceedings is prohibited. And that just means that whoever is watching it via Zoom they're the ones that cannot live stream it and all that. There was like, for whatever reason last time, there was some people that was confused about that. All right, and let me grab this last one real quick. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Okay. I don't know if y'all can see that or not. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Wait, there is 2,400 unaccounted for kids missing in Hawaii right now? Good Lord.
2,400 kids. Wow.
Okay, so let's see, the 4 schools serve over 3,000. Only 400 have enrolled in other schools. Another 200 are doing virtual learning. Oh my God, that is very
And a
sad.
lot of them were home alone, right? When it happened? That's what I had heard.
Oh, I don't know. Hey, Net Detective, how are you? That is sad. Okay, so this real quick is just a scheduling order. And y'all, I wrote all this down on my calendar today, and it literally took up my entire calendar for the month of September. Writing all this down. All right, so based on the hearing held on August the 18th, the court orders the following. A status conference will be held on August 23rd at 2:15, which is the one that is tomorrow. A hearing on the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment will be held on September the 1st at 1 o'clock. Any additional motions regarding the dismissal of the indictment are due by August the 23rd. And then the state has to respond to the state's response briefing is due by the 30th. So they got to be like super quick with that. A jury trial is set to commence at 8:30 on October the 2nd, 2023 in courtroom number 3 of the Latah County Courthouse and will run until November the 17th on an 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. schedule. The jury selection shall begin at 8:30 a.m. on September the 25th and is anticipated to last at least 3 days. And it did say on another document that they're supposed to bring in like 1,000 potential jurors.
Yeah, I remember that.
A final pretrial conference will be held on September the 29th at 10 a.m. Discovery must be completed by September the 1st. If a defendant intends to rely on the defense of alibi, a notice of alibi with the specific place or places the defendant was at the time of the alleged offenses and the name and address of the witnesses defendant intends to rely on to establish such alibi is due by September the 8th. If the defendant intends to waive his rights to a speedy trial and not proceed to trial as scheduled, he must do so by September the 8th. All pretrial motions with supporting briefs, including motions in limine, motions to suppress, and motions regarding the death penalty are due by September the 8th. Response briefs are due by September the 15th. Any 404B notices are due by September 15th. Proposed jury questionnaire and proposed jury instructions are due by September the 15th. They got a lot going on September the 15th.
Yeah.
Sentencing disclosures, including witnesses, exhibits, expert reports, and any other evidence, are due by September the 15th. All pretrial motions will be heard on September the 22nd at 10 a.m. A proposed jury instructions will also be addressed at that time. On or before September the 8th of 2023, counsel shall exchange and provide to the court a list of witnesses, a lay and expert, and a list of exhibits with attached copies of exhibits as set forth below. Rebuttal experts may be disclosed by September the 15th. So each party shall prepare a list of exhibits that it expects to offer, excluding impeachment documents, to the court and to the opposing counsel. Exhibits shall be listed in the order that the party anticipates that they will be offered. Each party shall affix labels to their exhibits before trial. The state's exhibits should be marked with red labels in numerical sequence. Defendant's exhibit shall be marked with blue labels in alphabetical sequence. If there are more than 26 exhibits for a defendant, mark them AA and BB, etc. Keep in mind that exhibits may be grouped together for easy reference. The action number of the case should also be placed on each of the exhibit labels. Exhibits shall be logged as served as required by the pretrial order. Exhibit labels can be obtained from a deputy court clerk. Counsel shall provide a copy of each exhibit and an exhibit list to opposing counsel and the court. Copies should be made after the labels are marked and attached to the original exhibit. To expedite trial, each exhibit to be offered shall be viewed by opposing counsel prior to the trial and a determination made as to whether an objection will be logged against the exhibit. An exhibit to which there is no objection will be admitted prior to the trial. The parties shall provide each other with a list of their witnesses, both lay and expert, and shall provide the court with 2 copies of each list of witnesses, one of which will be provided to the court reporter for accurate spelling of each witness's names. The witnesses shall be listed in the order that the counsel anticipates calling them. So this too was also signed today on the 22nd by Judge.
I just love that name. That is just too cool.
Judge.
Judge.
All right, and that's just everybody that was sent to Thompson, Beatty, Taylor, and Jay Logston, and then Massett. So that was all that came out today. I don't know if there would be any more the rest of this week. But as of right now, that's it. Oh, wow, Riddler, that's interesting what you put in the back chat. Let's see. Net detective says
yes, I was going to tell you
about the search.
Yeah, they're down there at his house, digging up the yard.
Oh, wow. I heard that they did search his jail cell. But I didn't know they were doing on his property.
Yeah, I was going to tell you about that, but Riddler beat me to it.
Miss Kelly, you are very welcome. And Net Detective did say that his best defense is to hope that the prosecution is not ready.
Oh.
I know. I'm just ready for the trial to get started. I want to hear all the evidence.
Oh, I'm so ready for this trial.
Kelly P, they were talking about BTK's yard. It's being dug up.
Oh boy. Are they finding it? They've been digging it for freaking weeks.
They're looking for missing people. But it's Oklahoma that's up here.
Only 1 yard, for Christ's sake. Haven't they dug it up already?
No, they got rid of the house and tore it down, tore up his shed, but they hadn't dug in the yard yet. So now it's Oklahoma that's down here looking in his yard.
So why wouldn't they have done that when he first got arrested for all this? Or did they just not think that he was...
Yeah, I saw a backhoe in the backyard. I thought they were digging it.
Yeah, they are.
No, I mean like a week ago I saw it. Like a week and a half. They were digging it.
BTK's?
BTK's yard?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the I thought the Long
You're talking
Island
about the Long Island. Yeah, they dug his whole backyard up.
Yeah.
Yeah, did they find anything?
Not yet. I mean, they just started today.
Oh, so on BTK, okay, they haven't found. Gotcha.
Not yet. Yeah, they're digging up his yard.
What took them so long?
I don't know, but this is Oklahoma. They're looking for missing people.
But I wonder why they wouldn't have done that Like
Right.
when he first
I
got
don't know
arrested.
either. I don't think they did. I don't remember them ever doing it.
Especially his crazy ass.
But it says it's in connection with BTK. So apparently, I guess there's some people in Oklahoma that are missing that they want to see. But I don't see how he could bury them in the back. You should see how close those houses are. I just don't see how he could have buried anybody out there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll keep you up on it because we live like about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, y'all are like super close to it.
Yeah, my husband goes to the Quick Trip right across the street from his house every day.
Boy, he flew under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
When they made the arrest, I said, I can't wait to see this guy. I said, you got to be kidding me.
Yep,
And if you look at his resume, I mean, it's like a Sunday school teacher.
it is. They're good at compartmentalizing. They're good at, like, you just would never ever know. I mean, he was a deacon in his church. And he took one of the women to the church and posed her in the pews.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these guys, I look at them, like Danny Rolling, I say, okay, there's a problem.
Yeah.
But when I look at Bundy, I go, I don't know. That guy looks more like a businessman.
There was something else I was just about to tell y'all. Oh, the cop, or police chief in the list, the Gilco stuff that
Mm-hmm.
they're saying that he botched it like a long time ago. He got arrested today.
What? Are you
Uh,
kidding me?
oh shit, what is his name?
The chief?
Yes, or maybe he was the former chief.
Wow.
And it's somebody in chat remembers his name. Summer, hold on. Summer says she just said it. Let me find Summer's comments. But yeah, he was. Okay, she put, yeah, chief was arrested. Summer, do you remember his name?
Oh, no. What was he arrested on?
Um,
Summer said
Solic-
she doesn't know his name.
yeah, he was. It was for soliciting.
Oh, for being in the park. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he got arrested today.
I wonder if he got a lawyer. You know what just drives me nuts is the fact, you'll get these. I was watching this one thing with a cop on there who was like soliciting children, and he's sitting there, they're like, you're free to leave, blah, 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 the spiel, and all that. You can go anytime you want to, but we have some questions. He didn't ask for a lawyer. I'm like, you're a cop. You know how this works, and you still didn't ask for a cop. Are you insane? I mean, you need to be locked up, but seriously.
Right. And his name is James Burke.
James Burke.
Yeah. Avery and Miss Kelly both put that name in there.
Avery knows everything.
And I had heard his name earlier, but I couldn't remember it.
Avery, you could be a sugar mama.
Tonka, I'm doing good. Yeah, they got him for solicitation, and there was a few other charges that he got charged with as well.
Upstanding citizens we have, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Avery can get a job at UPS.
Yeah. Avery doesn't need a job at UPS.
See, they won't find anybody's on any. No, they're also searching some properties out in Vegas regarding the Rex guy too. I heard.
She's trying to hook you up with her daughter.
Okay, let me find Betty Joe's thing real quick.
Betty
Hey,
Joe
Princess
has
Megan.
a question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
What
Shit, hold on.
what if there isn't enough DNA in them to unidentified DNA to test?
Okay, hold on. I my chat wasn't on live chat. That's why I didn't see it. So I got to try to go
Yeah.
back now and find it. Alright, so there's Michelle saying Betty Joe has a question. Okay, so I have a question. What if there wasn't enough DNA? Okay, so you're talking about the 3 unidentified male DNAs, Betty Joe? Okay, so Vegas is testing DNA for this. Thank you, Sally Mae. Okay, so that's what Betty Joe was talking about. I don't know. I mean, does it? I don't think it takes a whole lot though to find out who someone is.
I think it was Willie. Avery.
What did I do?
It was Riddler.
Was it Riddler? Oh yeah, it was Riddler said you need a job at UPS. I said you don't
What
need
is
a
it?
job at UPS.
Well, they didn't need much.
My daughter.
They didn't need much DNA for the.
She looks like
Well, the knife sheath, that button in that. It's not like it's a big old huge
Not
button.
huge.
No, and I want to know where those unidentified male DNA, where they were found.
That's what I'd like to know. I mean, obviously, the 2 in the house where the victims was located is a very broad statement. Like, was it in the bedrooms where they were at, or was it just somewhere else in the house?
what, the other DNAs?
Yeah, that they found.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
either way, it was still in a crime scene, so they should do whatever they need to do to find out who they are.
Yeah, my money is on to round something or an area that matters, not
Well, I mean, they
hundreds of other DNAs that are in the house.
there was enough to determine that it was a male DNA source.
That's what I mean.
So
Yeah, but that's a pretty easy test.
Yes, I mean, but if you're going to test it, why not just go all the way? Especially if the defense has a problem, just do it. They've had a problem. They could have done it already and gave them and just, you know.
Willie, do you see Miss Kelly's comment I just brought up?
Yeah.
If Willie wasn't married, I tried to set him up. My beautiful daughter married. Too
He's
bad.
not married.
I'm not married.
I was say he's not married.
Lady V's over here like, no, he's not married.
You're not married. Yeah, but I'd have to be 40 years younger, so that won't work.
I don't know. The whole DNA thing, though, I just, like I said, if I'm sitting in his shoes, I would want to know why they wasn't tested.
Hey, answer me a question, Riddler, since you know everything. How do you break a magnet in half?
Probably with a hammer.
No. I have a little magnet that's about a 1/4 inch thick, and it just like broke in half.
No, how did you do it?
I don't know.
I thought she was asking, how do you do it? Like she needed one broken.
No, I don't need one. It broke. I don't know how on earth that happens. I'm trying to get more grandbabies.
You can go to Amazon and get you some good magnets.
Yeah, well, these are just cheap and for cat's eye nail polish, so that's probably why. But wow.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Yeah, it's definitely weak metal. If it's even metal, maybe it's just like, can you melt magnets?
Probably, yeah.
You can melt anything you want to.
Yeah, you can melt anything.
I wonder if maybe it's just like.
Except a diamond. I don't think you can melt a diamond.
No, you can't. That and titanium.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Oh my god.
Titanium's a hard steel.
Avery, I thought that's where Riddler was going with it too.
What'd she say?
When she said something about she needed more grandbabies or whatever, and the Riddler started talking about we can get
Oh,
Amazon.
I don't need no more grandbabies. I'm good.
I thought that's what
11 will be fine.
Hey, listen, I only have one daughter. What am I? I'm 30, right? So I should probably have like another kid, right? 30, 40, 50, like say 52, 53. Yeah. I still got time.
Maybe they do amazing, Tiff. Because it looks like it's kind of like overlaid over something crappy, is what it looks like. I bet you that's what they did. You can melt your brain in the sun too long.
Can you believe I sat with a husband and wife, and the wife has like, I don't know, a ton of her eggs like frozen, and she was pregnant, and they picked the sex of the child.
Oh, well.
That's no fun.
That's what I told her. I told her it was cheating.
It is.
They laughed and bought from me, but like, you know, I was like, damn, like you can actually pick if you want a boy or a girl.
Well, yeah, I'll bet. Wow.
It's not cheap, but it can be done.
Next, we're going to have designer kids.
Yeah.
Pick their hair color and everything else.
Okay, Lady V, Ron John said that titanium does melt at around 3,000 degrees.
He says his brother works at a titanium plant. Yeah, I knew it would melt at some point, but it's like so hard.
I think though, if I had like 3 girls though, and like I tried again for a boy, I'd be like, all right, just take my money.
I haven't seen Tony. I didn't see Tony Sunday, and I didn't see.
Was Tony in chat Sunday?
Take a little breather.
I don't remember if he was or not.
Sometimes you gotta take a little breather from it.
I don't know. He might have been in chat. I can't remember. Okay, Summer said yes, he was.
Summer.
Hey, Glowbug, how are you?
Ding bong.
There's Ray.
Now, Ray sent me an email the other day. I think he was in chat Sunday night too. Ray
Was he?
I believe so.
I don't know. I lost track after a while.
Excuse me. Came from the depths of my soul.
Okay, I see people saying hi to Crime Sleuthing, but I don't see Crime Sleuthing in chat.
I don't.
Scarlett, are you getting any rain from the tropical storm that went in southern Texas?
No.
No feeders or anything like that, huh?
No, we ain't got nothing. They're saying the other day they were saying that yesterday they had on the weather thing that next Thursday it was supposed to be rain, and then that went away. Then they said that Friday we were supposed to get rain. Now that's gone away. So I don't know when we're gonna get rain. But we ain't got nothing off of the one down that hit South Texas and all that. Hey Betty Joe, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
What up?
Hey, Willie.
What's going on?
Hi, Betty Joe.
Hey, Riddler. Hey, Lady V.
Hold on, Betty Joe, I gotta cut you up a little bit. You're kind of low. Oh. Okay, that should be better. Is Lady V still up here?
Yeah.
Her avatar is.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if she dropped or because it shows that she's muted, but sometimes people will drop and their thing will still stay up here. All right, and is Liza still in chat?
I guess somebody pretended that some crime sleuth that was in chat.
I don't know. I never did see her.
That's
But
what
it
I'm
could
doing. I'm gonna start saying hi to people now in other chats that like aren't there.
Okay, Sally Mae said Crime Sleuthing is here. Well, Crime Sleuthing, if you're here, I am sorry. I didn't see you in chat, but how are you? Okay, Liza, did you want to come up? I know you were saying earlier you wanted to come up and
Yes, come up.
talk about some stuff.
I have a question.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Can't the defense have them DNAs tested? I mean,
Somebody,
it is part of the.
Why would they shoot their own selves in the foot?
But I'm saying, if the prosecution ain't doing it and they want it, wouldn't they be able to do it?
Oh, I'm sure they could, but I wouldn't. Would
I mean,
you?
I would want to know who those 3 DNAs belong to.
hey
Right.
Betty, I was out of the room. Sorry.
Not me. I leave it right where it's at.
You think? Crumb Sleuthing, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, hello, Scarlet,
here.
Lady B, Riddler, and Willie. Sending good vibes to y'all and my chat friends.
Oh,
Hey,
she
Annie.
snuck in somewhere then.
Yeah, and
So-
Crumb Sleuthing, I'm sorry, I did not see you in chat, honey.
Hey,
If-
Crom.
If they had it tested, they could say Joe such and such. They never checked him out. Mark whatever never checked him out. Joshua
Right.
McNichols, whoever, they never checked him out. There's 3 people right there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If they're saying the prosecution didn't do whatever, I don't know what. I mean, I would want to know whose they are and if they've been checked out.
Brother, you should actually look that. Cause that's a good question. You should actually look that up to see like how that works. If like, what if the defense built a tree, had 3 names, and then brought those names to trial? Is that possible? That's a hell of a question. But,
Yeah, no, I guess anything's possible. Is it probable?
well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not good with terms.
Well,
I
I
mean-
know it, but I'm just trying to. Who are they going to compare it to? Someone that's not a criminal.
Well, no, that's why I said that's why I kept saying before, if they're not in CODIS and there's no genealogical stuff, or nobody looked up their ancestry or anything, then what do you have to tie it to?
Well, the bombshell will be if that DNA's on that knife sheath.
Yeah.
That'll be the bombshell, and the Kohberger walks.
Or even around. I mean, because again, I don't know. Like Scarlett said, I just want to see the damn evidence already.
Honestly, y'all.
William Tardy's like, what if one of the samples belongs to Ted Bundy's nephew, Al Bundy? Al Bundy.
I mean, honestly, if y'all were sitting where Bryan is sitting and 3 unidentified male DNA sources were found inside the crime scene, wouldn't y'all want to know who they belong to? If you're screaming you're innocent?
Absolutely,
He's not
100%.
screaming he's innocent, though. That's the thing.
Well, he did say he was eager to be exonerated.
Yeah. What, 6 months ago?
I'd want to know.
I'd want to know, but
I mean, I would too.
and the thing of it is, if I was guilty, I'd want to know even more. Because then I know who to point my finger at.
Absolutely.
He's not saying, like I said, he's doing the smartest thing he can. He's not saying a word. Cause so many people said they'd be shouting. I didn't do it, but that doesn't help you at this point.
Yeah, because it doesn't always work.
Doesn't
Well, no,
help
it's because
keeping
it
your mouth
gives
shut either.
I mean, he like quivered his lip, and they said he smirked. So imagine, like the media will take.
I mean, he did
anything they
smile.
can. Well, whatever. I'm just saying the media takes anything they can.
Yeah, I know.
They're like, oh, don't zoom in on them. And they're zooming in on them the whole time. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus.
I know.
Like I just want there to be cameras during a trial. That's all.
But I mean, you got to look at other cases. All the other defendants, they've had cameras on them too. I mean,
But they said
only-
it's
only fair.
Again, if they say don't put the camera on the defendant and zoom in on them, or we're not going to let cameras in, don't do it.
Don't do it. That's
Because we've been
right.
sitting here every damn night talking about this shit. I want to see the trial.
I mean, hopefully
Avery's-
they have a new camera person.
Yeah.
Before the
Avery,
trial.
Avery said he's going to plead.
Yeah,
The
who
audio
wants
is
to?
No, he's
terrible.
not.
I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he
will.
is.
There's
I
no
don't
way.
think he will.
I wouldn't plea ever with this kind of
I don't
catastrophe
think he
going
will.
on.
I really
he
don't
will.
think that he will.
If he does, I swear I'm gonna fall out.
Even
on the floor.
if they had stuff against me, there's still so many different avenues for a technicality or something. I'd be like, no,
Yep.
let's go. No
Yep.
way, let's go.
I agree.
I probably now again, if there was damning evidence against me, there's no way in hell I'm having a speedy trial. So,
Right.
but again,
Well,
you
he
want
has
that.
until the 8th to waive his right for a speedy trial.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying if the prosecution doesn't hand over this all that stuff, then I would if I was his attorney, I'd say, yo, let's go along with the trial. If you're not giving it to us, then
Right.
I mean, why give them more time?
Avery says she's booking you and her plane ticket, Scarlett.
That'll be refundable.
Hey, I want to go.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Avery,
go.
take Willie with you. He'll
Hey,
fly
Willie
with
wants to go, Avery.
I want to
Scarlett said, I ain't flying.
I'm not. I'm out.
Yeah,
I don't blame you because I don't fly either.
Nope. Not doing it.
Ain't no way I would get on an airplane.
Have you ever flown, Scarlett?
Nope.
Never,
And
ever,
how do you
ever.
know you won't like it?
I've never.
You would love it.
I'm not going to do it to find out if I would like it.
I don't blame you.
No, the only way that you would ever see me flying is if one of my kids were somewhere and something happened and I had to get to them quickly. That's the only way.
I kind
Exactly.
of like flying.
And even then, I don't think I would. I think I'd take a train.
That would be the only way that I would. Other than that,
Amtrak train.
if I can drive,
Well, they have drinks, you know.
I don't drink though. So.
Neither do I. Neither do I. So I'm not flying.
I was up in the plane. Okay, Glowbook said I'm definitely afraid of heights, but once I was up in the plane, it was amazing. I mean, it would be a cool view, but no.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Big Al, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Here,
It hurts my ears. Hi, Big Al.
Hello. I did it all. I did it pretty much every day for almost 15 years, and it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
not
feeling
even
better?
trying.
Yeah, I actually finally turned the corner. I feel like a human being again.
Good. I was getting worried about you.
Oh, I was too. I actually got a Z-Pack from a nurse friend of mine, and that kind of brought me over the hump. So.
Oh, good, good.
Scarlett, I did see something where there is a good possibility that they have like everything on recording from or all his location and stuff in the black boxes in the vehicle.
We don't have black boxes. Ask Al.
Willie's
Okay.
just trying to get a rise out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but wait, I didn't even I understood something about a black box, but what did you say before that?
No, I was just making a joke about
Oh,
Said that they
okay.
had all the
people were
recordings.
saying about him, there being a black box in the car.
He's messing with Al.
They all like to mess with me
Nobody's
on the black
mentioning-
box thing because they know it's like lighting a firecracker.
Nobody's
Again,
mentioned the
it's just-
black box at all until tonight.
It just made so much sense when you think about it would have to have GPS capability to know the street names and all like where the hell it's at all
Yeah.
times.
At that time, they were still pretty much on DVD
That's what I mean.
navigation. It wasn't actually stored quite yet. It was right on the precipice. But I've been doing a lot of research on the new cars,
Mhm.
and let me tell you, if you got an Audi, they know where you are down to the inch.
I'm glad I got rid
Oh,
of it.
dang.
I mean, down to
I had
the
an
inch.
S6 too. I had an S6 too, and that thing had every kind of capability you can think of, and so they probably knew where I was.
Mercedes is the same. The newer Infinities,
So no German cars.
What about
Lexus.
Buick?
All the higher end vehicles now actually do have a air quote black box.
Mm-hmm.
Willie, they knew when you were eating a cheeseburger.
We actually used to install sensors in the passenger seats in different vehicles to tell if somebody was riding along with a driver.
That's crazy.
Scarlett, they have a system here in my hometown
Mhm.
that can pinpoint where gunshots were fired from.
Yeah, it's called
Oh,
Shot Spotter.
Lord.
Yeah,
They can tell what
they have those in a
caliber.
lot of cities now.
Yeah, they've got them in Minneapolis. They can tell what caliber, how many rounds, and the location down to like 50 feet.
Hey, Riddler, what you put in the back, wouldn't it be potential material evidence for the defendant if the prosecution didn't test it?
See, that's what I was wondering.
Well, that's what I guess that's what it's building up to. You, it looks like you got to get permission from the judge to go through with that. And how many more weeks is that going to add on to the trial?
Right.
So if she comes in there, if they still don't have anything back in, let's say 3 weeks from now, and all of a sudden she says, well, guess what, Judge, we're going to have to, looks like we're going to take the bull by the horns on this one. And this is what I want, and this is what I'll need. If not, we got an appeal.
Yeah.
Well, when is the date that that report has to be turned over by? What date did they say?
Wait, which report is it? Let me go back to the thing, to the document. Okay, so which report is it that you're talking about, Betty Jo?
That last one. Remember when the prosecution said that they were waiting on one report or something like that?
Oh,
it was supposed to be that day.
The
Yeah,
lab report?
Yeah, that.
Well, all of the discovery must be completed by September the 1st. So
Okay.
they would have to have it in soon, like now,
By the 1st.
in order for
Right.
them to push it through discovery, whatever it is that they got to do in order to get it over to them for discovery. So yeah, everything's got to be done by September the 1st. Hey Jason, how are you?
I just can't wait for discovery.
That's
But-
all I want to hear is the evidence.
But
Yeah,
the,
me too.
I can't wait till the trial.
the state needs to find out as hard as it can who those DNAs belong to,
Yeah, they do.
because that's going to give Ann ammunition when her opening statement and her closing
Yep.
statement to the
Uh-huh.
jury. And like I said, if you got two people in the jury like Willie and Riddler, you got problems. You better come in there 100%.
Hey,
I mean, honestly, I think that's why Ann Taylor brought it up the other day. And she didn't really say a whole lot after, it was, if she doesn't have it, then it wasn't done, is what the prosecution said. Now listen to that, you notice Ann didn't really say a whole lot after that.
yeah, she didn't really seem to care
Just-
too much, did she?
No. Just wait till
Can
she
you
gets in
blame
front of that. Well, no, when she gets in front of that jury, she's going to bring it up.
Yep.
Vapor, that's the same thing that Riddler put in the back chat.
I'm wondering if they're going to have everybody masked up in court, and it's going to be like really hard to hear everybody.
Oh, I hope not. Now, I will say this real quick. Andrea Burkhart put a video out, and she said that the reason why Ann had the mask on is because there was a note on the door as they entered the courtroom that said that one of the attorneys had tested positive for Rona, and there was only one that had a mask on, so we know that would be the reason why Ann was scared or whatever.
Well, the master coming back. They've already instituted them at several universities.
Yes, I did see that as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
they
don't
had
know.
some outbreaks.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're going to make them do that in court. It's going to just. We heard how it was hard to hear what she was saying the other
Yeah,
day.
it was tough, man. I couldn't take it anymore.
But that fan that was sitting beside of the camera, like they're going to have to do something with the camera, move it to a different spot, or do something with the fan, because the audio just with that by itself.
Well, why aren't they connected to
It's
their
horrible.
mics?
I don't know. That was weird.
It was really strange. I mean, I got so frustrated. I had to stop. I just couldn't do it anymore. I was
Yeah,
catching like every fourth word, and it was like, because my hearing sucks anyway.
They better do something with that audio.
So yeah, I'm hoping that hopefully the camera person doesn't keep acting up in the courtroom and going against what the judge says. So we'll be able to have a camera in the courtroom. Because
What I don't understand is why don't they just feed them the Zoom? That way you're getting the mics off the tables.
I don't know. I don't.
That would make more sense to me.
Well, that's like the other day when Ann was talking. The bailiff had to come over and move
Her mic, yeah.
her mic from the end of the table where Bryan was sitting down to where she was sitting at in front of her. So, I mean, her and Massa were the two at that table that talked. Whenever Jay Logsdon talked, he stood up at the end of the table and you could hear him okay. But for whatever reason there, he finally decided to move the mic down there where Ann Taylor was sitting at. Vapor said the ums came through just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ums, we were able to hear all that perfectly.
Yeah, that's all I could hear, though. I was like, once in a while I'd catch a word. I was like, all right, I heard that one. And I'd hear it. It was like the teacher from the Peanuts.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
That's what it seemed like to me. And I don't know. I had headphones on. I had it turned all the way up. And I was just like, all right, enough. I can't do it anymore. I want to hear it, but I can't. So what's the point?
Once, because when I was first listening to it, I was listening to it on my TV. And I couldn't hardly understand anything anybody was saying. Once I played it that night on the channel and was listening to it through the headset, I could hear it a little bit better, but still not what it should have been.
When I was listening to it, I had my volume turned up to 90. That's how bad it was.
I think they just need to feed the Zoom, and that way they'll get the mics. And I mean, what's the difference? I guess why do they need to have a camera? Why can't they just feed the Zoom?
I cranked mine. I can still hear it very well.
Because that was Zoom that you could see on Ann's computer, wasn't it? I don't think that was Skype.
No, I think it was Zoom.
I'm pretty sure it was. And that's really easy to feed out. But are we going to get it in real time, or is it going to go through Court TV and then they're going to distribute it?
I hope that we get it in real time, honestly. That's why I don't like when Court TV is doing the camera.
We better get it in real time. I'm having my eye surgery September 26th on my right eye, so I can be able to see everything.
All right, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so real quick, y'all. It shows we have 284 in here with only 106 likes.
Yeah, that sucks. Come on, guys. Step it up.
It's good. Brooklyn said it's going to be on a delay.
I clicked that like an hour and a half before the show even started.
The rookie numbers.
Yeah, I hit it before it started too.
I don't know. Each one of the judges in the state of Idaho has their own YouTube channel. Why not just do it through YouTube?
Really?
Yeah. You can go to the Idaho website where we get all of the documents from. And in the top right corner, it says live. Hold on, let me go to
There's a lot of judges in Michigan that do that too. There's one judge I watch all the time. He's freaking hilarious.
Okay, it says in the top right corner, it says court live streams. And when you click on it, it goes to their YouTube channels. Now, there's no other prior court appearances on any of them. But if he is, the trial starts October the 2nd, why not just do it on his YouTube channel for Judge?
That's a great idea.
It would be a whole lot easier. He would know that the cameras are done the way they're supposed to do. Instead of zooming in where he has asked them not to zoom in, not panning across the counsel's tables like he was asked not to do, and all that. The judge would have complete and total control over it. Be a lot easier. And the sound would be easier. See, somebody write Judge letter.
Email him.
Somebody did the other day on Twitter, tagged Court TV, and told them that they need to do something with their guy, their cameraman, because what he was doing. Because if he gets the cameras kicked out of the courtroom, a lot of people are going to be upset, and that's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, I didn't understand what the hell he was doing. He was doing exactly what they told him not to do.
Well,
Again.
yes, that's the second time.
It's like every time they say something to him about panning over to, they
He
do it.
immediately does it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
like seriously, dude.
Well, it's probably like an intern, unpaid person
Yeah,
who
But
doesn't really know what they're doing.
where's
the-
Sofa?
I don't know. I talked to her earlier today. I don't know where she's at right now. But the judge can literally be looking dead ass in the camera and saying, "Don't do this and don't do that," and then look away from the camera, and then the cameraman goes and does it.
Yep.
I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to get the cameras kicked out of the courtroom or something.
Yeah, King Scarlet too. I haven't seen her either.
I haven't seen her at all today.
I don't even know why they need a camera, man, if you want to use that term. Just put a camera in there, turn it on, and let it stay fixed.
Yes.
Well, I think
We can
there's
hear
certain
it.
exhibits that they're not going to show.
Right, but just zoom it in on the front desk or where the defendant, the witnesses and experts are all going to be going up to, and no part of the television or screens, and no part of the jury.
Yeah, because they have some of the cameras where they sit at the front of the courtroom and it shows the whole courtroom except for the jury, and then they have another one that points at the judge and at the witness stand, and and they'll switch back and forth between the two. Why not just do something like that? Because in Kenosha, there was 2 different trials that I watched there. I don't think they had any cameramen in that courtroom. I think they were all cameras that could be
They're
done.
remote controlled.
Yeah, from behind the scenes. Why can't they have something like that in all of them?
Yeah, those are definitely remote controlled.
Because you got one looking at the judge, to show the judge and the witness stand, and then the TV behind them. Like most of the stuff that they put up on that, all the exhibits and all that, you could see all that.
Yeah, they need the Ron John is right. Murdaugh's was perfect. They need that cameraman.
Except for when they swung the camera around and showed the jury.
Yep, that's true.
They
That was
did?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
There was
Oh,
some, I believe,
God.
wasn't it Murdoch that was walking out of the courtroom through the side door there, and the camera swung around as he was walking by the witness stand and caught the jury.
Wow. That's an epic fuck up.
Yep. Hey, Margot, how are you? But yeah, they need to do something because
Judge was not happy.
no, because you can't hear the attorneys that good. Now, Mr. Thompson, you could hear him good, but that's when he was standing up, kind of, as Fofa says, being sassy. You could understand him, and you could understand some of what Jay Lawson was saying, because I think he was trying to talk pretty loud too. Everybody else, the Ingrid Beatty woman, I didn't hear half of anything she said.
Hey,
And she was standing up when she was talking. You couldn't hear her.
Hey, Riddler, I have a question. So, if you're on a jury in a courtroom and you cannot hear very well, can you raise your hand and ask the judge to turn the mic up or something?
We didn't have that problem, so I wouldn't. All the juries I was on, no, we never had that problem. They have a good sound system here.
But
I'm sure you could say, Your Honor, I can't hear.
Turn it up to 75, okay?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Add
You got
just a
closed
touch of
captions
bass.
there?
I don't know. I just hope they have it all fixed between now and then. They literally got 6 weeks to get it done.
I also think what's her name shouldn't wear that shirt that she wore. I saw a picture of, I think it was, I don't know if it was Kaylee's sister, some kind of relative of Kaylee, but they had like the.
Oh, that was her aunt, I believe someone said.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that
Yeah, that was
because,
her aunt.
like, you know, you don't want the jury, like, seeing that shirt and then, like, you know, not wanting to put somebody in front of a firing squad just because, you know, they see that and it provokes them to.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that they couldn't believe that she was allowed into the courtroom with that shirt on.
What did it say?
And it just said it was like a hashtag justice for Kaylee, and then it had House Bill, and I forgot what the number
Yeah,
is
it had
when they passed the firing squad.
yeah.
Oh,
And then it said, I believe, shots fired or something like that on it.
Mhm.
But I can't remember who it was that said that, but I was watching a video and they said that it was the person that was, and it might have been Andrea Burkhart that said this, but whoever was said that they were like a row or two behind the family, and it was small enough that to where they couldn't really see what it said, and so they don't think that the judge was able to see it from where he was at. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter that was saying they couldn't believe she was allowed in the courtroom with it on.
wow.
I'm just saying I wouldn't wear that around the jury.
Right.
When the
Yeah,
jury's there.
it's just a reason for appeal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know.
Scarlett, if we go with
Uh-huh.
and there's you know there's a few people that think the way I do, where there could be more than one. If there was more than one, do you think two went upstairs and the two went downstairs? I mean, to the second floor and then exited, or do you think maybe one went upstairs, attacked those two, and then the other one went straight over to came in, I don't know, a few seconds later, and attacked the other ones on the second floor?
If there was two in the house,
Yeah, do you think they stayed together, or do you think they went separate rooms?
They would have had to. They would have had to gone separately because Dylan only saw one.
yeah.
Okay, that would bring me to my next thing. Now, this is, of course, a two bad guys scenario. What if Dylan saw one of them, but she didn't see the second one, suspect number two, and Bethany saw suspect number two, but didn't see suspect number one? And here they're trying just one suspect. What will the jury think if Dylan comes up with a different description? It's hypothetical, but if she sees a different guy than what Dylan's describing,
I don't know.
there's just
And
too many
Taylor's gonna-
puzzles in this thing.
Right. K-Braz, happy birthday. I mean, if Bethany has a different description, then Ann Taylor is she's going to be all over that. Honestly.
Yeah, it'd be like ants on a sandwich.
Because she's going to want to know, how is Dylan saying that this person looks like this with bushy eyebrows and 5'10" or taller and all this and that. But then you've got Bethany saying something different. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Hey,
There you
Pickle.
are.
So I think she would be all over that. Okay, so William said two bad guys led two survivors, or two bad guys led two co-conspirators. I know a lot of people have different thoughts and opinions on that. Everybody wants to, or a lot of people want to know, why was Dylan's life spared, which I'm glad that nothing happened to her. And she wasn't attacked, but
I think if there was two people, I think they'd all be gone. I'm trying to think how I want to say this.
Well, one guy went and I'll just say guy. One guy went and hit his target, and of course, all this had to been premeditated. And the other guy hit his target upstairs. The one that went upstairs was over jealousy. I don't know. And then or lust, and then the one on the second floor for a different reason. And all of a sudden, one goes out the front door and leaves it open. The other one goes out the back door, and it's already opened.
I wonder though, and I can't remember who brought this up before. I wonder if Dylan's doorknob was checked. Because, I mean, if she's in there, and if she's asleep, more than likely she is probably locking her door. You know, when she goes on to bed, I'm pretty sure they all did that. They went to bed, locked their door. I wonder if whoever went in the house and did this, whether it's one person, two people, or more people, I wonder if they checked her door to see if it was locked. And if they did have a target, they knew that that wasn't their target's bedroom, but they checked it. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. I don't, I don't understand why she wasn't attacked, her and Bethany, as well. Especially if she's standing there opening up her door multiple times and then sees this guy walk by her.
Exactly.
Yeah, waits 8 hours.
So probably the other doors weren't locked.
Right.
It's a joke.
But they never did. It's never been said, or it wasn't in the. Hey, Astro, in the PCA, if Xana's door or and who did we just lose? Betty Joe. If Xana's door or Maddie's door was kicked in. Because I wonder if Maddie's room was locked when she went to bed. Her and or Kaylee. If her door was locked and the person had to kick her door in. Hold on.
That's what I think too, Conka. If there was more than one perp, every single person in that house would no longer be with us.
So Beckel says that I can only guess that they thought that it was a closet door. And I've heard that before too, Beckles, that some people think that maybe he thought it was a closet door instead of a bedroom door. But if he's watched this house enough, like they're saying that he has,
Right.
he would have known that window on the back of the house underneath the deck, which is Dylan's bedroom. He would have known that it would have had to have been a bedroom.
Well, see if it's targeted, you leave survivors.
Right.
That's what happened.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know.
And once again, you can have two people in the house. They don't know those other two people are there, and maybe one of them wasn't there. Maybe
Because they've been interrupted.
Yeah, they could have been out gallivanting somewhere else.
So, okay, we've heard that allegedly I've heard Dylan screamed out, told him to be quiet, that she was trying to sleep. And then I've heard that Bethany was the one that yelled upstairs and told him to be quiet, that she was trying to sleep or whatever. So if that's the case, it seems like whoever did this would have heard it, right? Or heard that person screaming if it is true. Hey, Bullets, how are you? So I wonder if it's true that maybe Dylan did scream upstairs, maybe thinking that Kaylee's playing with her dog, tells them to be quiet, she's trying to sleep. The person hears it, and as he's coming down, runs into Xana and thinks that it was Xana that hollered upstairs. And that's why why Xana and Ethan were attacked.
I know in the house I lived in college, if you yelled at anybody for being too loud, it always made it worse. They just get louder.
And there's so many things in this case that doesn't make sense, honestly.
Yep.
The crazy part is the only person that knows exactly what happened is the guy that did it.
Right?
Yep.
Because, the other four they're gone. They can't tell us anything. This whole damn thing is sad, but whoever did this, I hope that they're punished to the fullest. No matter who it is, they need the death penalty. Whether it's Kohberger or where it's somebody else, whoever.
I wouldn't be surprised if whoever did it would make a deal to say what happened to save their life.
But do you think that if it turns out that 1,000% that Kohberger's the one who did this, do you think he would make a deal to get life instead of the DP?
No.
I
He would already plead. He already pled.
Yeah, I don't know. He might make a deal at the end to save his life. But I'm sure he already knows prison's not going to be a picnic for him.
That is true too.
I'm just
Just
saying,
the food
with
part
how the
of it.
investigation was done, there's so many different avenues for, I don't know, technicality. So I would just let it ride. Wouldn't make sense for him to plead.
Yeah, but if it came down to right at the end.
Yeah, but again, it all just depends on what evidence they have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if it looks like you're going to be guilty, then you might as well throw a Hail Mary out there and say, well, I'll tell you everything, exactly what happened and why.
Yeah.
But you got to take the DP off the table. I can see him doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But me personally, I wouldn't want to live the rest of my life in prison. I'd be like, let's get it over with. I don't even want to appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not going to have a good time in prison. Not killing all those young kids.
Oh no.
There's
Definitely
no way.
not.
I mean, I know it's not an SA or an R crime, but it's still, they're kids.
Right.
Yep.
And even though they're 20 and 21, because some people will be like, they're not kids, they're young adults. They're still kids.
Yeah, they're still kids.
You know. So, well, I mean, just to think of it like this, he goes to prison. The food issue is going to be
That's
really
going to be
hard
torture.
for him.
Yeah, that's going to be torture.
So just think of anything else to go along with that. He's going to have a hard time. And if he's the one who did this, he deserves every bit of it.
Oh.
Times
Without
1,000.
a doubt.
Hey, Dub. How are you? Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that this does not get pushed back and all that, because I'm ready for October the 2nd to start. Let's wait to see how this. Okay, wait. He wants to wait to see how the state presents the case, and if it looks bad for him after that, he may ask for a plea deal. Okay.
I don't even think, have they even offered him a plea deal?
That we don't know.
Wouldn't they have? Wouldn't we know?
I don't know if that would be put in a court document. Would it? Because that'd be the only way.
I think it would have to be in writing if they were trying to make a deal.
And I mean, there hasn't been any type of documents that's come out regarding that, and it hasn't been brought up at any of the hearings or anything like that either.
Right. That's why I said I don't even think they offered him a deal.
Kelly P says, I wonder who will be on the stand first. Probably the cop that got there, the first cop.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
Who got there.
And they're going to grill him. He's going to be up there for a while.
So he's going to have to recount everything that he's seen, heard, everything that he was told, all of it.
And it better match his report to a T.
Exactly.
K-Braze said, would you offer someone a deal if you had enough evidence to charge them? I don't think they'd notice. I don't think they would give an offer a deal until it came down to sentencing, because the family might want to know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
That'd be the only reason I can think of why they'd even offer him a deal, is because the family would want to know what happened. Why did you do it? And what happened?
Yeah.
We'll spare you your life if you tell us exactly what happened to our kids.
Did you see Tonka?
See, I'd like to know why Ethan's mother said 2 a.m. would never be. Yeah, she said something about 2 a.m. was it the darkest hour or something like that? can't remember the exact wording that she used, but it was something about 2 a.m.
Because that's 2 hours before, 2.5 hours before they think it even happened.
Who said
Right.
At
that?
this point,
That was Ethan's mama said that, Miss Chapin.
Oh,
It was 2 a.m. was the dark hour, or like Ron Johnson. It was something to do like that, but it was 2 a.m. and it being like something going on with 2 o'clock. I don't know exactly what she meant.
Now, where where his mother lives, they're an hour behind, right? Because
No.
they're not in the Pacific, northern Idaho.
Well, Moscow is Pacific time. So they would be, the Chapin family in Washington would be the same time as,
well, Moscow's 2 hours behind
yeah,
Eastern.
they're 2 hours, no, they're 3 hours because they're 2 hours behind me and I'm central.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah, they're not mountain. It's Pacific.
Yeah, 3 hours behind us. And where does Ethan's parents live?
Oh, shit. Somewhere in Washington. I forgot the name of the town, but it is in Washington. But yeah, I don't know what she meant. And King Scarlet said it could be just, that could be a time that she can't sleep. Mount Vernon, Washington. Thank you, Beckles. Oh, yeah, we lost Riddler. Michelle, I'm in Louisiana.
did we find out for sure if they had a second autopsy?
No. I don't know if they did or not. Because in the PCA, let me grab it so I can read it exactly how it's worded.
Just a girl.
All right, give me just 1 second. Okay, so it says, okay, so also, the male in the room was later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin, who was also deceased with wounds later determined. And then it has autopsy report provided by a Spokane County medical examiner, has the medical examiner's name redacted, dated December the 15th of 2022. Now, we know that the autopsies were done November the 17th. So the autopsy report, it could have came out on December the 15th.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And a lot of people, I think, are taking that as it being another autopsy that was done. Now, could have been a different one done. The families could have had one done. But that's literally 4 weeks after it was done on the 17th. The report is dated December the 15th. So it could just be the report from the autopsy that was done on November the 17th. All right, so the PCA is only going to provide the ME report from the agency, the city of Moscow contracts. And they were done, the autopsies were done in Spokane, which I believe it was said that that's where all of Idaho, Washington, and all of those autopsies are done. Hey, Jody, how are you?
Scarlett, I got knocked off, but what about, did y'all find out which time zone his parents lived in?
I would think, isn't all of Washington in Pacific time zone?
Okay, they live in Washington?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're in, okay, so when it's 2 o'clock there, it would be 3 o'clock in Moscow?
No, they would be the same time zone as Moscow.
Okay, so the other part of Idaho's in the central time zone, right?
No, part of it is in Pacific time zone and the other's in Mountain time zone.
Oh, mountain. I'm sorry, mountain. Okay.
I was going to say Google. I was going to say Google it, but
okay. So right now in Mount Vernon, Washington, it is 10:22 p.m. where I'm at, it's 12:22 a.m. So they're 2 hours behind me, just like Moscow is.
And it's 1:22 here.
So yeah, you're an hour ahead of me. So yeah, they would be where Ethan's family's from in Moscow. It's all going to be, hey Eric, they're all going to be in the same time zone. See, it's still early out in California, y'all. It ain't even hit midnight out there yet. But okay, so Sweet Misery, you're in the area of Arizona where they don't change time, right? I know there's like a spot through there that like
Yeah,
our
she does.
daylight, yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
she
change.
doesn't change.
Arizona's hell.
Indiana's got a spot like that too, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it always changes here twice a year. Only Arizona and Hawaii. Okay. But is all of Arizona like that though?
what
Like-
hell?
No. No, I'm talking about that they don't change with
Oh.
the daylight savings thing. Because
I
like
don't know.
part of the time they're mountain time, the other time they're the same as Pacific time.
Where I was, oh, maybe,
Google it.
yeah. Where I was, so, oh,
Okay. She said yes, no one changes their time here. Okay. They're always okay. So, but Christy, if it's 10:20, well, it'd be 10:24 where you're at. Then you would be on Pacific time right now. You'd be the same time as California now. All right, and then Hawaii, Kingsville is 7:30. So they're like 5 hours behind me. Hawaii is.
You know, it was the Germans that taught us how to change the clock.
I didn't know that.
It was from a war. They thought they would get a hour start on bombing quicker,
Oh.
or an hour quicker on attacks.
Uh huh.
And then, so England went to that theory. They were changing it because of the daylight time. And then it came on over to the United States. And of course, we sold it on the idea, oh, you'll have more fun in the afternoon with family cookouts, and you'll be able to play recreational sports longer. You won't need lighted fields. You can play
I thought they
softball.
did it. I thought they did it for the harvesting and stuff.
Well, they may give some of those excuses, but when you go to read about it, it'll tell you that the Germans were using, I guess, World War One, but I don't know which war it was. But it was the Germans who started it.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
At least the source I read, that's what it said.
Huh. That is interesting. Okay, so wait. So exceptions include Arizona, except for the Navajo, who does observe daylight savings time in Navajo Nation, Hawaii, and the overseas territories of America, Samoa. I don't know. I just always thought that it was like a world thing where everybody except for Arizona did the whole daylight savings thing. I thought
And for some
Arizona
reason, I
was.
thought Indiana never changed. I don't think it does.
Well, isn't
There's
Indiana?
something weird in Indiana. I forget what the heck it is.
But aren't they like on the eastern central time zone line?
I
Maybe
think. Well, Ohio, I believe, is
Ohio's an
Ohio?
hour. Ohio's an hour ahead of me.
That's is it?
Yeah, because I have family there.
Ohio's Eastern?
Yep,
Oh,
they're an hour ahead of me, and I believe Eastern Kentucky is as well.
yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, because all of my family that's in Ohio are every single one of them are an hour ahead of me.
I just can't remember for the life of me. Back in my 20s, I delivered furniture out of Cincinnati into Indiana, and I remember there being something weird with the time. I can't remember what the heck it was.
I just always thought it was just Arizona because I had heard that many, many years ago about Arizona not changing. I thought they just wanted to be different. I never understood why they didn't change.
I've been doing some research on it, and it goes far back as Ben Franklin even suggested it.
Ben Franklin.
wow.
Ben Franklin was a badass.
That's why I thought it had to do with the harvesting and the planting.
Okay, so Mandy May says she's in Kentucky. It's 126 right now. Indiana is the same. So maybe Indiana is Eastern time. I don't know. I just know
I
Louisiana,
don't remember.
all the way up to Canada, straight up that little group of states right there, Arkansas, all of them, we're all Central time. That's all I know.
I wonder if it was just maybe on the time zone line for us or something. That's probably what it was. That was 30 years ago. I got like 3 brain cells left, and they're all fighting for control.
Now, Slipper says that they do daylight savings in South Australia, October to April. I think ours changes in November, doesn't it?
Ain't ours in November?
I think so. I think ours is in November.
Yeah, it's November and April or May.
I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is it's going to start getting darker sooner here, and I can't wait till it does, because it's been hotter than shit here, too.
Yep.
November 5th.
It's 107 here today.
Holy.
It's 108 2 days in a row a few days ago.
Is that global warming, I tell you? Or is it called summer? I'm not sure.
And the last day of summer is September 21st.
Oh, so we got less than a month in before fall gets here. Hey, Queen of Hearts, how are you? Okay, so wait, everyone thinking the coroner got the time of death wrong. The coroner calls time of death when they show up on the scene. Then the forensics determines the actual time of death. And truth exposed, if I'm not mistaken, I believe she put the coroner on that paper that was released by the Moscow Police Department. I think she put around 12 o'clock. I have to go back and look. Liza, how are you?
It was
Liza, can you
horrible
hear
here
us?
today.
She may not be able to hear us.
You're on mute, Liza. You're on mute.
I know she said earlier she was trying to get something done with her mic. Liza, if you can hear us, you're on mute.
It was unbelievably hot today. I think it was like 108 or something.
It
And
didn't
we
start
have
getting warm here until like 7 o'clock at night.
yeah, and then we have the humidity on top of that. It was just horrible, miserable.
I refuse to complain about humidity to Scarlett. I won't do it. I just can't. Can't bring myself. Her or Riddler, I just can't.
It's
I know
horrible
what they
down
go
here.
through. It's just the worst.
Same way in North Carolina.
It's really bad down here. So hopefully, thank you, Tonka. Hopefully in the next couple of days, though, we're supposed to get some rain. So hopefully they quit taking the rain chances away from us. We'll get some. Every time they put rain on the like the 10-day forecast, and they take it right back away. I think they're teasing us and shit with it.
They have to
That's
just
what they
say
do here.
It's not going to rain. 100% absolutely not going to rain, and then you'll get a torrential downpour.
Well, I wish it would come here.
That's the only job you can be wrong at and still have a job.
That is true.
Every day.
Lady V, all you have to do is go out and wax your car and it'll rain.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to try that. I wonder if I might have to try that.
I don't
Go
know
out
if
and
it's
wax
like
your
going
car.
out there in this heat to wax it, though, but
Watch it just melt right off.
It would be worth it in the heat if it were rain, because honestly, in Louisiana today, I was reading on that news break thing that they, in one of the parishes in central Louisiana, they had 3 wildfires today.
Jesus.
Have you
They
seen the
got-
fire map, the world fire map right now?
Uh-uh.
Probably going crazy.
It's nuts. Well, they said they were going to block out the sun. They didn't say how. But the map I saw today was pretty crazy. I had no idea there were that many fires burning around the world, big ones.
We'll fight in the shade.
We had several people cancel today because they didn't want to get out in the heat to come be pampered.
I don't blame them.
I don't either.
I don't even want to go outside and smoke a cigarette. It's so damn hot.
I like living in PA. It wasn't that bad today.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Okay, Liza, can you hear us?
Lisa.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, can you hear us now?
There she is.
Yeah,
Okay, how are you?
I made a mess. Sorry. I'm fine. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good.
I couldn't hear you for about 15 minutes, and I'm completely lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, and your mic, for some reason, is when you're talking, it's like cutting in and out and it's making a funny sound.
Okay, I'm going to go down and then back up because I have problems with my sound.
Okay, that'll work. Let's see. My car overheated today. It was 104. My roommate got rear-ended it. Well, oh, JC, I hate to hear that.
Oh my, that's terrible.
Okay, so Bullet said that they will not offer him a deal.
I think if the family wanted to know what happened, the prosecutor would entertain that idea.
I know it's been said that I believe I know 2, if not 3, families want the death penalty, but I don't know if it came down to them finding out 100% what happened, if they would go for just life.
Well, my thought behind that is they get to the end of the trial and they really didn't find anything out.
Yeah.
You know, and they really want to know. I would want to know.
I would too.
Every detail I would want to know.
As horrible as that sounds, I mean, I would want to know if it was my kid.
Yeah. I would rather him spend the rest of his life in prison and know exactly what he done to my child.
Yep. I
Just
would
so
want to know too.
it can start the healing process. I mean, they're never going to get over it, and you're fully not going to heal because they are your babies.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a step in that direction.
Right.
I mean, they say grieving, is in steps. My mom's been gone for 23 years, and I
can't go there yet on my mom.
So
I can't deal with that one.
Yeah, it's hard for me too.
Yeah, it's been 3 years. I'm just like, I don't even. But I would want to know. Oh, I'm sorry, babe. Was that Big Al?
Yeah, I lost both mine 30 days apart.
Oh man,
It's been 6 years for me though.
Isn't it weird? You'd
but
feel
it's
like
still
an
rough.
orphan or something.
Oh yeah, every day.
Right.
Well, it doesn't get any easier for sure.
When you lose both your parents, all of a sudden you feel like an orphan or something. It's like the weirdest feeling.
It is. It's a really strange feeling.
But
especially if you're really close. And I was.
Yeah.
I was super close to my parents.
See, that's how I was with my mom. I was really close.
I was a huge daddy's girl, and my mom was my best friend.
I talked to my parents for probably the last 5 years. I talked to them quite literally every day.
Oh, I did my mom too. I mean, for years I did my mom every day.
My mom was my travel consultant, and my dad was my engineering lean. If I had questions about anything electrical, he was the guy.
Yeah, my dad could do anything.
Yep, it doesn't get any easier, I can tell you that. But whenever it comes to a parent or a child,
I just can't imagine. I'd have to know. I'd want to know.
I'd have
what
to
I'm
know,
saying.
and
I'd want to know too.
I'd offer him a plea deal. I'd say, if he's going to tell us every single thing, I'd offer him a plea deal.
It would be hard. It would be something that I would have to think about because, yeah, I want to know everything, but yeah, also I want him to have the DP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be tough.
It would be a tough decision, but you have to ask yourself if you don't know everything that happened, and you say just go for the death penalty. Are you ever going to have questions later on of, okay, well, did this happen or did that happen or whatever?
Right.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
There's just
I
no
think
chance
those.
of closure.
Yeah, I think those questions would drive me nuts.
Yeah, it would drive me crazy.
I think at that point, the best thing you can do is listen to everything that happened. That way, you know it all, and just hope that he suffers every single day that he's in prison
Yeah.
for the
And
rest of his life.
Jeremy said, how do you know he'd be telling the truth though?
True.
Because they are not going to uphold their end of the deal. The state wouldn't if they didn't know the truth. Like they're not going to do that. They would have to know if he was telling the truth or not.
Right.
They're not just going to say, okay, you have to tell us everything and we'll take the death penalty off the table, and then them not vet what's been said. I mean, if he gets up there and says something completely different from what they have, that they know is the truth, as far as like
Shoot him
evidence and stuff
quicker,
like that.
then shoot him faster.
Yeah. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
So you done lost all your pills, dude. Now we'll see you next week. Goodbye.
What do you think would happen if during the penalty phase the family stood up and requested a plea for his life if he tells all?
I don't think they'd do that.
I really, especially Kaylee's family, I really don't think Kaylee's family would do it. But if they did, I don't think Bryan would tell. If he is the one who did it, I really don't think he would tell.
Well, if he's that twisted, then he kind of wins then, right? In his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he goes to his grave, and they never
get
get closure, then he kind of wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
If he never admits it, I don't know. It's hard to get inside of these guys' heads when they're just diabolical.
All I know is that I can't wait for the trial to start. I want to hear all of these evidence that they have. I want to hear the arguments back and forth between each side. And if he did it, give his ass the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where I stand on it right now because
Did you read
Absolutely.
Truth? I'm sorry, Truth Exposed. That their dad died because Tyson's Food sent him.
LBSC left Cal to butcher. He was a butcher for 47 years. My brother drove off up here and broke his neck. He died 14 months later of sepsis. Mom is the only one left. Oh, Truth Exposed. I'm so sorry.
So sorry. That's terrible.
Then the families can wear "We Win" T-shirts to his execution. Yeah,
That's a good one.
that is true. JC,
Hey,
how are you?
JC.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. So, what do you think about all this?
I don't know. I don't know really what we're talking about.
Just like the whole Kohberger thing, and if he's
Oh,
offered a plea deal.
the
Yeah.
DP and stuff.
Yeah.
I hope they don't go with a plea. I hope they don't
Okay.
offer him one. But then again, like, I do have, and we were talking about this the other night about how, there's so many like wrongful convictions that, get overturned after years. But I don't know. I would think that this one would be like, this case would be a little cut and dry. But then again, there's so many things out there that make it not cut and dry.
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone else feeling me? Like it's just a rock and a hard place? Like,
There's so many questions that we don't have answers to. Like,
yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense with this case.
Yeah.
It really
And
doesn't.
so I guess that's the only reason I'm torn. But, I think he should just get life, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You don't
But
agree
again,
with the death penalty?
What?
You don't agree with DP?
I do, but only for those that are like, only for those that are like, are
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Because you don't want to send an innocent person
No, not at all.
to death row, but you also don't want a guilty person walking free either.
Exactly. And like I say, like like we've all said kind of before, like I want the truth more than I want to be right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
I mean, at first I was like, and I've told you guys this before, like I was like, this man is guilty, like 100%. But then the more I have listened and looked into and, found out about and stuff, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I think he had help. I don't think he's the only one.
I have screamed that from the very beginning.
Point blank.
Somebody else was involved.
Like, I understand that there has been explanations out there how you could do this in such a short amount of time. However, everything would have to go absolutely as planned, and I don't think that happened. And it's their timeline is still so short. There's got to be others involved.
Right.
And as much as people say, oh, I think he was just like playing with him when he asked if others were, arrested as well.
Yeah.
I do think that he was, I don't know if he was trying to throw him off, but the more you look into it, the more you're like, maybe that was something. And I have my theories about who was, but I'm not, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I've screamed that from the beginning. I think that there's someone else involved, and it's just a feeling that I have that I can't shake.
Mm-hmm. And
it doesn't make sense that they're saying that there's no victim's DNA in his car, and that to me would think, okay, maybe he was a lookout, and if he's a lookout for something like this, he's just as guilty as the person who went in the house and done it. Therefore, he deserves a death penalty.
Yeah. And I mean, they I've heard explanations on how there could be no DNA in the car, but I guess, and even the knife sheath, like, I mean, if you think about it, like, it doesn't mean that since we don't have a weapon, it's just hard. You know what I mean?
Bingo.
And, like, since we don't have a weapon, it's just really hard. So you don't know. But why was his the only one found? But isn't there 2 other DNAs on the sheath, but they didn't qualify to go to CODIS or something?
They never said that they were on the sheath. Yeah. It was just that they were found in the house where the victims were located. Now,
hi guys.
We don't know if they were in the house in the room.
Well, yeah, where were they? Where were they? That is the question. Where were they?
Yeah, because when they said in the house where the victims were located, they left that as a very broad statement.
Very vague, yeah.
Anywhere in the house, or it could mean in the house, in the rooms where the victims were at.
Hey, Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to start a 10-minute timer starting right now.
For?
Let's just see how long it is.
Wait, what are we
It's
doing?
about 10 minutes.
What are we
10
doing?
minutes is about 10
I
minutes.
was like, well, let me start a 10-minute timer because that's about what time, right? He had. Let's see how long, how much we can get done in 10 minutes.
Y'all done had me all confused.
Well, 10 minutes is plenty of time. The problem they're going to have is, and I even saw the experts talking about it on television, is how do you got him screaming off at 4:20? And how do you got him outside the house when in another sentence you got him parking a car? So they're going to have to change their time if they want to be accurate with the jury. But they could also say, well, the PCA was what we got from witnesses. Later we came back and reconstructed the true time.
And there is something, hold on, I gotta find it in the PCA.
Scarlett,
Yes.
I'm gonna jump down so I can put eye drops in my eye.
Okay.
So y'all have a good night.
All right, you too. Thank you for coming up.
Good night,
You're
Betty
welcome. I'll be listening.
Okay.
All right. Good night, y'all.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. So there was.
But my question is if there was other people, why would he not say Riddler?
Because then he would be implicating himself. Because the only way that he would know that there was other people is he would have to be there.
If he was involved as well, and
Exactly.
he's claiming complete innocence.
Admission of guilt.
Yep.
Oh my God.
That's what that is.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
were 8 to 12, so I figured 10 minutes is a good place to go.
Okay, let me find this part in the PCA real quick because I want to read it exactly how it says it in the PCA because there has been a few channels that is saying all right, so where it says, I'm going to bring this up real quick. Don't dive. Give me just 1 second, okay, honey? There is some channels saying that in the PCA it says that he was seen on Walenta Drive at 4:20, leaving at a high rate of speed. And therefore it would make the time that this happened a shorter window. Okay.
Yes.
I'm kind of tired of screaming at the TV when I'm listening to people say this, honestly.
Unless the time is off on that camera.
Well, they're saying, though, that this is what it says in the PCA, that he was seen unwilling to drive at 4:20. And that's not what the PCA says. Okay, so I want to bring this up just so I can get it out of my system. It's not aggravating me. But it says right here, and I hope y'all can see this, just the blue part. Suspect Vehicle 1 is seen departing the area of the King Road residence at 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. There is a period there. Then the next sentence says that Suspect Vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. So for the channels out there that are saying that he was seen on Walenta Drive at 4:20 and that's what it says in the PCA, you are completely wrong. Okay. I just had to get that out of my system because that was literally not what the PCA says. And that's what they are saying. Well, it says that he was on Walenta Drive at 4:20 in the morning, leaving at a high rate of speed. So therefore it would put the time frame of him being in the house doing the murders smaller. And it just so anyway.
How far is I've looked at the map, but how far is Walenta Drive from
you turn off
the next street over?
Yeah, it's behind the girl's house. It's literally you turn left onto Taylor Avenue, and the end of Taylor Avenue is kind of like right there, and then it turns into Walenta Drive.
Into Walenta Drive, okay.
Yes, but it's not saying in the PCA that at 4:20 he is seen on Walenta Drive leaving the area. That's not what it says. So I just wanted to clear that up. Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. Mark says, y'all, one person could do this. Many examples of this in history. It's not impossible. Could there be another? Yes, but there doesn't have to be someone else. I just have a feeling that someone else is involved. And I have said this from the very beginning that I think that there's someone else involved with this. Now, not saying that Bryan is innocent, but I still do think that there's someone else involved in it.
If there is, I don't think they were inside with him.
Do you think they like waited out in the car?
Maybe a lookout, maybe a driver.
Different car.
Yeah, just.
I mean, I just don't see. Okay, it's bad enough for one person to get away without a bunch of DNA exchange, let alone two. That's like mind blowing.
Okay, Liza, can you hear us?
Yes. Could you guys hear me?
Yes.
I
we can
think
hear
they
you.
just need to make some connections. But I don't know how they go about doing that, I guess, now.
Oh boy. All right,
I'm
Scott.
just-
I'm gonna have to hop down. It's almost 2:00 here. I gotta wake up a little early tomorrow. But
Okay.
you guys have a good have a good night, and
Good night,
Bye,
Willie.
Willie.
I'll see you guys
Bye,
tomorrow.
Willie.
All right.
All
See you
Good
guys.
night.
See you,
Have a
Chet.
good night.
Night.
Okay, and we lost.
I'm
Don't
just
down,
hoping, I guess I'm just hoping that something comes out in trial that connects someone to something and,
Yeah.
you know.
Do they know where he parked at, or have they released that?
They haven't released that. I'm pretty sure they probably know where, but they haven't put it out to the public. Okay. Liza.
Yes.
Okay. I know that you said that you were wanting to come up last night and go over some stuff that you had on your mind. So you want to go ahead and do that now? Are you ready?
Well, I was just thinking that it's possible that Ann Taylor is trying to press the state to give her the IgG information, and the state is not going to do that. I have read other cases, and the state and the other genetic companies just don't want to release that. And I think that she's maybe trying to see if the judge will agree that it's prejudice there for the defendant for a fair trial. The judge will try to avoid a mistrial and then offer to take the death penalty off. In that way, Thompson will not take will not make a deal. Then he will not look bad in front of the Gonzalez family, and it's just something that had to be done because of procedure.
Sally Mae, I think I got rid of the static. I think anyway. I don't know. That's why. Who was it? It might have been Fofa that told me this. No, it couldn't have been Fofa. So I was talking to somebody about that IgG stuff earlier. I don't think it was Fofa, but anyway, hell, I even forgot what they even said now. But anyway, yeah, Roger, I had to turn her echo thingy off, the echo cancellation thing. I had to cut it off on hers, and I think it went away. But I don't know. Maybe that's what Ann's trying to do. I just know that this whole case is crazy for some reason. I don't get what it is or why. The whole dang thing is just crazy. From the IgG stuff, the phone pings, the DNA, it just the whole thing. KK.
I see the
Time.
prosecution. That's 10 minutes.
That's 10 minutes.
Yeah, you have
That's
to
a
wait.
long time.
I completely forgot that you had it going.
Yeah, it's a long time.
I thought that was 20 minutes.
Wow, that's crazy to think that that was 10 minutes, honestly. Riddler. Damn, y'all, what was we talking about now?
Well, what I was saying is, what they're going to bring in this caste system, that caste has got to match up with their
Right.
timeline. They can't say in the caste system his car was here, and then the timeline say it was over there. And I know the PCA is going to use different types of wording. We believe, we'll believe it in 100%, and shows doubt. But when they get in a courtroom, they can't use those type words. They're going to be exact. So they can't show his car on the caste system over here at this intersection, and then on their timeline show it over here somewhere else, or show him entering the house, the dwelling.
Yeah. Okay, Liza, KK wasn't able to understand you a second ago because your mic was doing that again, but I think I've got it fixed now. Could you repeat what you were saying again about Ann Taylor trying to press the state for the IGG stuff? Could you explain that again?
Okay, I did something here. Maybe you can hear me better.
Yeah, I can hear it better now.
Yeah, I can too.
Okay. Man, I don't know if I remember. Okay, they have problems with disclosure. The IGG, the state in other cases does not want to release IGG because they do it with other companies. And it's a lot of, it's money, is intellectual property, is a big, huge mess. Then I think that it's possible that the state will not discover on time IGG, and Taylor will claim that that is prejudice against the defendant. The judge maybe will agree. That will give them mistrial, but the judge will try to avoid mistrial. Therefore, he needs to clean it up. He can clean it up, taking the death penalty off.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, Thompson avoids being the bad guy
In front of the family.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, it's a possibility. And I'm going to be honest, y'all, with this case, it seems like anything is possible.
And if Thompson have the death penalty off, it's easy for him to get a guilty with this circumstantial whole mess that he has. Because a jury will give you a guilty if they know that the guy will be, the rest of his life in prison. The guilty will be easier than if they know that the guy will have to expire.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm just trying to read the chat real quick.
But
I don't know. That could be what happens. And Thompson could look at the families and be like, nothing I can do about it. What was you saying, JC?
Like, how many years do people usually serve before they actually get their DP, though? I mean, isn't it like years and years?
Well, there was a guy that was sitting on death row, I believe, in the state of Idaho. I believe it was 40 years, and he was finally supposed to get he got his date that he was supposed to be executed, and they couldn't get the chemicals, so they had to move it back a little bit, and then they finally just decided to let him live out his life in prison because he's on hospice and all that. And that was just, I think, in March. He was
I think
supposed
the
to be put to death.
average is about 10 years.
Yeah, something like that. because I mean they do have appeals that they have to go through, and the appeals could be years for each one. So
So it just depends on how many appeals and stuff.
Yeah.
okay, Tamara,
Scarlett,
thank you.
Tamara, okay.
Yeah, I just saw it. Let me check my email real quick just to make sure that I may not have time to read it right now, but I just want to make sure while they're in chat that I did get it.
And the other thing I was thinking was that you remember all that noise that Ann Taylor made about the selection of the grand jury? Well, she's maybe she's not doing that just because. She's just telling the prosecution, you are not going to do this with the jury in my trial. I'm going to be picky. And they just have 3 days to go. I think over around 1,000 people. That is, and that has not even talked about sequestering the jury. And I think she will. She is going to put so much pressure in the next 6 weeks that Thompson will go extra white or extra gray.
Do you think he's going to go extra gray?
Yes. She
have
is
much
going
left
to just start. He's going to go crazy. But it's his own fault. He called this thing too fast, and he was not ready. And he thought that Bryan was an idiot, and Bryan is not an idiot. He could be guilty, but he's not an idiot.
Yeah, I think they were baking a lot on that car, and there being evidence in that car, and now they're coming out saying that there wasn't any. So, and I even wrote this question down to remind myself to ask tonight. Do y'all think that Ann is going to bring in like a car expert to try to say, yes, this isn't a Elantra. No, this is not an Elantra. If it is, it's not a 2015. Like, do y'all think she's going to bring somebody in like that?
I think she's already had an expert look at it.
Okay.
And if that expert agrees with her that this is not that type year or that model, then she's going to bring him on the stands. If he says, yeah, that's it, she'll just say, okay, thank you, and let him off. We don't need you on the stand. So that's where I think I think that's where her position is going to be. She's looking for any expert that can dispute the state.
Right. Okay. Tamara, these 3 emails that I have, I see the subject, but where it has the person who sent it, all it says is hi. It doesn't tell me who sent it, so I won't be opening those. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't open them either.
Yeah, it tells me what the subject is saying, what she's saying in the chat that they say, but it does not tell me who it is that sent it. It just says hi. That's it. So I won't be opening them. Executed during 2020 have been on death row for an average. Okay, so Riddler says prisoners executed during 2020 had been on death row for an average of 18.9 years.
I saw that.
Okay.
Yep, I know they're on there a long time. I think that's changed a lot. It used to be about 10 years. So,
Kelly P, have a good night. Nope, it doesn't say hi. Yes, it does say hi. I will screenshot it and show you that it says hi.
His Sweet Misery been on tonight?
Yeah, she was up here.
She was earlier?
Yeah, she was up on panel 2 or 3 different times.
probably
She's
before I got
funny.
on.
Her and Avery is like up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I didn't make out the hat. She had sent me a message earlier telling me she had a surprise for me. And I'm like, I don't like surprises. What is it? And then I pull her up, and I'm trying to figure out what she's got on her head. And she was
You
trying to show me that she had been a pickle for a year.
We were talking about it earlier.
okay, do you know what is it supposed to represent, JC?
What?
What was it supposed to mean?
What was what supposed to mean?
The pickle on her head.
Oh, I have no idea. She just said that she
Okay.
was gonna do something.
It just means that she's been part of our channel
Oh, I
for,
got
for a year.
That's right. That's right. I remember her saying that.
All right, Tamara, there it is right there. It says hi. It does not say who it's from, just hi. So, because I don't know who it is that sent it, I will not be opening those 3 emails.
Yeah, no.
It does look like spam.
It does.
Yep.
How can it not have?
Everybody else who sends me an email, I pretty much know who they are before I even open it, because it's usually, somebody from the chat and it has their name in it. Or they'll put it in the subject line. But
she even knows our real names, man. She's such a good person. Trustworthy. I wouldn't open them either.
no.
And guys, I don't know if you heard that Josh, because I couldn't hear him last week, but I heard him today saying that he read the affidavit from the grand jury, and it was very, very long. And I was like, what?
The
I want to
judge
read
said
that. Yes, he said that. I went back and I went to look at other channels that clean up a little bit the audio. And I was like, oh, I want to read that. But it's, we cannot. But why was there? It's so much that we don't know.
Right.
It just, but I don't know. I don't know. They are not going to make it to October 2nd. There's no way.
You think
It's
it's
impossible.
Pushed back?
They're not going to make it.
Has the state or any law enforcement came out and said why they gave the wrong date on the vehicle?
Hold on, let me go back to the PCA because
Like the wrong year.
Something.
Yeah, the wrong years of.
Because it does say in the PCA. I gotta find it real quick. I don't remember exactly what page it was on, but Payne does talk about.
Doesn't it say 2000? Wasn't it originally like 2011 to 2015?
No, it was 2011 to 2013.
13?
Yeah.
Of course, that came from an FBI personnel, right? Somebody employed by the FBI.
Yes, he had I think it was it 25 years experience with 12 in the FBI or something like that?
And then did they extend it to 2015?
No, they extended it to 2016. Whenever they wrote out, I don't know when they extended it, but I do know that on the morning of the 29th of December, Moscow Police Department was still asking the public's help looking for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. That afternoon at 2 whatever, this PCA was wrote. And that's where it's put in there about it being, originally they thought up to a 2013, but then it was moved up to a 2016. I just got to find that part in the PCA.
And is his a 2016?
His is a 2015. Brian's is. See, there's so many different things that's been said that it's hard for people to try to keep up with.
Yeah.
I just got to find where it's at because they do talk about that in the PCA. I want to say that it's towards the end where they're talking about it. Okay, let's see. No, that's about the trash DNA. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so let me see here. Man, the FBI was only mentioned 8 times in this PCA. Oh wow, I was thinking it was more than that. Footage. It may take me a second to find it, Riddler.
I also wonder if the judge will get fed up with the state blocking the IGJ and say, okay, bring me the extras from the FBI. I want them here.
Hmm.
That will be amazing. Because I
Yeah,
want to know how they are going to explain that.
that would be interesting.
I trust you, Scarlett.
Well, I want to read it how it says it. Okay, here it is right here. So, law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated that it also could be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. But there's differences between the years, is there not? Like, just it may be very small differences, but I don't think 2011 to 2016, they don't all look identical.
For what I have seen in other channels, it's something about the lights.
Yeah, I think that's like
And
the difference in a lot of them is maybe the fog lights or the way the backup lights are positioned on the back of the car and all that.
From year to year, I don't think they change very often, very much. But sometimes like new styles come out
Okay.
and like they change the front of it, or I mean, and I just know this from talking to my sister about her vehicles, because she wanted to wait and get a new 2022 or something like that, but then she didn't like the way that they changed it. So
Right.
you just went, I mean, there's lots of things that, from year to year, they don't change very often, but when they change some years they change the whole front end or something, and that changes the way that it looks. But I don't think they do that every year, though.
But between 2011 and 2016, that's
5 years.
that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
That something would have changed on it. But it does say here, as a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. And then, okay, what is this? So investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44, okay, so that's just talking about the car being at WSU. So yeah, he's 35 years law enforcement with 12 years at the FBI. And he's a forensic examiner. But I don't understand why that morning they were still asking the public for the help, looking for the 2011 to 2013, and then just a few hours later, they're
They-
dropping it in a PCA that it could be up to a 2016. See, did the car in the video have fog lamps? I don't think BK said. William, the Linda Lane footage, you can't see the front lights, like the fog lights and all that. And I'm just wondering, like, where they're saying that he comes back into the area of the house that later on the 13th, like between 9 and 9:32 when he went back home. They should have gotten that vehicle somewhere on camera in daylight.
Absolutely.
So I wonder
And they
what's up with
probably
that.
have him. They
But-
probably have him, but he's not there. They just redacted that part because we know he was around the place. He says he was driving around the place, but they needed to connect him to the house. How they connect him to this house? With the DNA. The problem is that the DNA. I'm sorry.
They also have where he touched their Wi-Fi.
Well, that's what Mr. Gonzalez said.
Yes, that's what he said.
I don't know where he got that information from.
But it makes sense. I mean, he was around the house. If I can connect from my I connect. I can see my neighbor's Wi-Fi. Several of them. I cannot connect to them because I don't have the password. But it makes sense if he was driving around. He connects to the Wi-Fi.
Well,
But
he
how
didn't say
then?
he was in that area. He said he didn't know where he went.
Okay, y'all, hold on just one second. Tamara Terry, are you this Clay Jones person that's been sending me all these emails? Because everything that you're putting in chat now, this Sophia Caitlin person, that's what this Clay Jones person has been saying. And I don't want anyone's name put into my chat that has not been investigated or been named in this case. Because, y'all, Clay Jones has been just off the wall with emails. Family and friends, thank you so much for that super chat. They said the souls of the just are in the hands of God. Wisdom 3. May holy justice come for Kaylee, Madison, Azana, and Ethan. And lastly, for Bryan. Amen. Family and friends, thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you. All right. Hold on, wait, what?
Lady B, you were saying something, and I
was just
I
saying.
missed
I was
it.
just saying he didn't say he was in that area. He said he didn't know where he was, that he was driving around.
Wait a
I
minute.
missed
Say
that.
that again.
In his alibi, he said he was out driving around, but he
He didn't know where
exactly
he
where he
was.
went. No, he can't say exactly where he went. No.
Oh my Lanta.
Kim Young, you're fine.
I thought that he said that he was not in 1122 King. But
Well, if he wasn't there, how did he touch their Wi-Fi?
well,
If he
you
wasn't,
can be around it. Go
you
ahead.
have to be pretty doggone close. Now, that wasn't the night that it happened, though, that he touched their Wi-Fi. That was one of the other times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry,
But
y'all. I'm
this
trying to watch this
is.
chat real quick.
Oh, sorry,
No,
Scarlett.
you go
No,
ahead.
you're good. Y'all go ahead.
But
No,
even if they, I hate to say this, but even
But
if it does touch their Wi-Fi, does that put him in the house?
JC, when
No,
he touched their Wi-Fi wasn't on the night this happened. What he said about him driving around on the night it happened was that he was driving around, but he doesn't know
Didn't
where
know where he was.
he doesn't remember where he went.
I'm bedazzled.
Mm-hmm.
Bedazzled.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know for sure he went to the Albertsons.
Yeah.
They got a good picture of him there, and we know he went inside and purchased items. Now, what he purchased, I can't tell you.
I want to know what he got. Really,
Oh, I do
like
too.
I don't know why I want to know that so bad, but I really want to know what these unknown items are that he purchased.
Yeah, I do too. They should be able to tell. I mean, they could tell, Debbie Collier, they could tell exactly what she bought.
Right. And
What
I
about
would
the
think that
coffee?
at Albertsons they would have
Better than
cameras,
Family Dollar.
yeah, right over the
Or
registers.
and whatever he purchased, he knew that Ellie will figure out what he
yeah, you would
purchased.
think.
Yeah,
Did
I
he get
mean,
coffee too
who knows?
at the coffee shop? Do we know?
It did say that he was seen on camera there.
Wonder if he paid with cash or debit or credit.
See, I didn't even think of that. Now you got that stuck in my head, Riddler.
Well, regardless, they can see what
Kind
time
of
and what
coffee.
register he's at.
Yeah,
They can pull that ticket back out, and it'll tell you what's on it.
Yeah.
I mean, if they want to get right down to the exact.
Because they can pull down the exact minute and second that he did it, and they'll be able to pull up a receipt on that
Because the
register.
receipt is printed and it has the minutes, hours, and seconds on it,
yeah.
Right.
or at least mine do.
Almost everybody's does.
And you
Here
know that
alive,
that law enforcement know what those items are. Seriously, I mean,
Yeah.
they would have
Yeah.
if they watched video footage of him going in there and purchasing unknown items, they went in there and got a printout of what it was that he purchased.
Yeah, they did.
I mean,
Yeah.
Does Albertsons, because I haven't been one in a long time, they used to be here, but do they have a deli?
they used to have a little bit of everything the last time I went to one.
I haven't met Albertsons for a long time. We don't have them around here.
I think we used to have them in Louisiana. I'm pretty sure there may be still some down south, but I want to say that they did have a deli in them.
They did. I know they used to. I don't go
I want
shopping
But
anymore.
what's he gonna buy from a deli? He's a vegan.
Goodbye.
Well, that's true. Eggs? No.
Well, the
They have
deli
it.
where I'm at, they even have
Nope.
salads if you want a salad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
And of course, they got an egg in there if he wants to consider that. Well, yeah, they can have that because they have it on Passover.
What?
A boiled
It's
egg.
still. What does that? But that. Okay, I get that, but
A lot of the when they celebrate Passover, the Jewish religion,
Uh-huh.
they'll have a boiled egg.
Scarlett, could you pull it up where he is his non-alibi? Ron John said, Lady B, I believe he did not say that he doesn't have a particular person to testify where he was at a particular time. I don't think he said he didn't know. I think he said both.
Okay, let me see. Hold on, I have to find it. Let me see if I can remember which one of them it is. I gotta move this.
The
over.
point of his alibi not being an alibi is that he's entitled to have an alibi. Not he's entitled to whatever he wants. He can say that he was in Mars if he was.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It doesn't matter.
It does, yeah.
I mean, he needs witnesses, but he doesn't have them,
No.
apparently. And the state is afraid that he will pull one witness and they will not know about it until the last minute. Because, oh my God, Thompson wants witnesses and one leaves and one this and one that. And I'm like, dude, if you have him, why do you want all this stuff? If you're
Yeah.
so sure you have him, just
Yeah.
All right, give me a second and let me see if I can find. I want to make sure that I have the right document.
and if he did
Could be
this,
one of the last ones that they did.
if he did this, and later he went to Albertson, I mean, this guy is cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And such a cold guy, I cannot, I mean, maybe, I don't think that I'm that Pollyanna, but he must have done this before.
Yeah, I know.
But somebody like
If he
that
hadn't,
is a monster. Ugh.
if he hadn't done this before, then he would have again. I just feel that very strongly, and I have since the very beginning. That was one of the first things I said. If he hasn't done it before, then he would have done it again because he thoroughly enjoyed himself.
Okay. Go ahead, Laza.
No, I was going to agree with Lady B. If he did it and then he goes shopping, what the heck?
Yeah.
Who goes shopping? I mean,
celebrates his birthday, goes back to school, goes back to work, gets a
To
haircut.
the doctor.
Doctor switches his plates on his car, celebrates Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
He's the one who did it, and they can prove that he's the one who done it. That's going to look bad on his part because you basically did this to these 4 kids and just went on about your life like nothing had happened.
And that's what these guys do.
If we remember horrible people, I remember a little bit about the Watts case, and we know what that man did after what he did. He just went normal to, oh my God, I don't know.
Yeah, that man's cold as ice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is what it says about the alibi part. It just says that Mr. Kohberger had a habit of going for long drives alone. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so late on November 12th and into November 13th. Mr. Kohberger is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. And at this time that there is not a specific witness to say precisely where Mr. Kohberger was at each moment of the hours between late night November 12th and early morning November 13th. He was out driving during the late night and early morning hours of November 12th through the 13th. Is that what y'all were talking about,
Well,
Lady B?
yeah, but during this thing here, somewhere in there, it had said he doesn't really remember, or she had said something about him not even remembering where all he went.
Okay. Let's see.
I like that last sentence on page, what is that, 2?
Uh-huh.
Where it says the state chose a secret grand jury. Read that.
State chose a secret grand jury rather than the planned preliminary hearing. He had the state move forward with a preliminary hearing. The defense would have had the opportunity to develop testimony through cross-examination and witness presentation.
Yep. So that tells you that Bethany was under no obligation to talk.
Family and friends, BTK did 5 his first time out.
Okay.
That was with a man, a wife, and maybe I can't remember if it's 4 or 5. Anyway, it was a husband and a military husband and a wife and 2 or 3 kids.
Yeah, Danny Rolling hit 3 the first day out.
Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible.
Now he got about 5 in 48 hours. They were spread apart.
Yeah.
But he got 3 the very first day he was in Louisiana. One of them being a child.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was 3 of the Otero kids. I see Charlie driving his chopper all the time. My husband and I see him all the time driving around. I see him at the grocery store quite often.
All right. I'm trying to find this where you were
One
talking
of the-
about Lady V, but it must be further down.
Well, I actually believe on these SKs, they don't believe they did anything wrong.
Absolutely not.
No, they don't.
No. Because they justify it, don't they, Scarlett? Like,
What's that now? I'm sorry, I was reading something.
don't they have like a way to like, or don't they have like a way, or don't they like try to justify what they did?
SKs?
No,
Yeah.
they don't care. They don't feel like they have to justify anything to
No,
anybody.
They just
have
flat
no
don't care.
remorse. Yeah, they have no remorse or anything else.
They're cold and calculated.
They do it and then they go on about their business.
And that's
Gainesville
what
Ripper did 3. And then a couple more.
And when we also have the other kind of SKs, we have the people that think that the rules do not apply to them.
Exactly.
And they want to go further. And I thought from the beginning, and I have no information from BK, that the person who did this was this kind of person. It was a bold move. A house full of people, full of cars around everybody. I mean,
Very bold. Very bold.
yeah, it's like I want to prove something to me. I saw it that way. But I cannot say that he's that way because I haven't heard him saying 5 words together. I don't know anything about the man.
The main, I guess, one of the questions, the millions of questions, is why would he leave too? Like, does anybody else still have that question?
Well, he may not know they were there. Or he may figure he got his targets and he's got to get out of there. He's already gone over his 10 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever he had it clocked at. And 10 minutes is a long time. I don't know how many wounds he put on each victim. That's going to be the other part we got to find out.
Mm-hmm.
But if he just put 3 to 5 in each one, that means he's in there no longer a minute per each victim. Now he's got to travel up and down the stairs, across to and from that, whatever you want to call that, a foyer or a hallway, and then out through the back. That's all he has to do. So when you put those times in there, you're probably sitting at the most in the house, 7 to 8 minutes at the most.
Yeah.
Just the problem you just got with this is, I mean, I know they're using the word approximately and we believe, and they might even have the word perhaps. I don't know. They got some kind of adjective in there. I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, I can hear it a little bit.
But anyway, regardless of what it is, the times are going to have to match up with that caste system, and they're going to have to present that to the jury. And they may have to change their whole timeline.
And he knows how flawed the caste system is, and he's going to use that in his favor.
Right. If the FBI comes in there and says he spotted here on this road at 4:15, at 4:17 he makes a turn here, at 4:20 he's accelerating here, and then they come back in later and say, we believe he went to this room at 4:15, and over here we got what's her name still on TikTok at 4:12.
That's going to be a problem.
Right. There's going to be a huge problem. So they got to get that all ironed out.
And Thompson fears that why he's pressing the judge to, I want an alibi, and he's not gonna get it because
He doesn't have to give one.
yeah, but what he can do and Taylor can do is just adjust the timing. Okay, he was here at 4:20, therefore he could not be there.
Right. She can do all that. She can cross-examine their experts. If he doesn't give an alibi, it means he doesn't take the stand and give his side of the story. I mean, that's going to be the hard part for him. How's he going to give his side of the story when he didn't give an alibi? There's a consequence for not giving an alibi.
Yeah, there is.
By cross-examination. And Taylor can give his side of the story.
Right, that's how she'll have to do it, but it won't be coming from the horse's mouth. She'll have to go through. She can't say, "I'll tell you exactly where he was at." So that's what the jury will really score big on, because that's how they did it in the Casey Anthony case, when that lawyer came out there, and matter of fact, he even told you who committed the crime. It wasn't her; it was this other person. And I don't know if Ann's going to do that or not. I don't know what her strategy is going to be when she turns into a trial lawyer. Right now, they're just going through motions.
It will be interesting to see her turn to a litigation machine.
Yeah, it will be very interesting.
Some people are very good on paper and writing stuff, but they are not good litigators. But she's the boss in her office. She must be good, I think. I will expect that.
She could bring in a silhouette, and she could have one at 5'6" and one at 6'2", and she can ask Dylan, "How tall is this silhouette?"
Mm-hmm.
She better hit it right, because if she said 5'10" or taller, then she's gonna say, "How'd you say 5'10" on my client, and here you can't pick it out."
Okay. All right. I've read over this, Lady V, but I'm not seeing what y'all were talking about.
Well, I'll have to. I don't know if it said it in there. It seems like somewhere. I don't know. I'm tired.
I do think that Riddler, I don't know if you agree, but I do think that Anne probably is very, very intelligent and is going to, and has basically come in swinging.
Well, we'll see. I'm not going to discredit her. I don't know her track record, and I can't tell you all the cases she's had before. I mean, the only one I know that's really big is, okay, she had a trial overturned, but they still got the same results on the next time they tried the guy. They still got the same results. So, I mean, yeah, she got a victory because she saw a procedure, and I applaud her for that. A procedure that was either left out or added in that shouldn't have been there. But I just don't know. She's got a tough case for her. It's tough for her.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be a very worthy opponent.
I just want to hear arguments between the two.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to be arguing. Yeah, they're going to be going at it.
That's what I want to hear.
I can't wait to get my popcorn.
See, I think when they went to the grand jury, that was a punch below the belt. Because even though it's legal, I think because you just saw what it stopped. She couldn't cross-examine witnesses and experts. And I think that teed her off, so now she's firing back.
Yep.
I mean, they're literally just taking shots at each other is what it seems like. She comes out on the 23rd of June saying that there was no evidence or victim's DNA in the car, house, apartment, and all this and that. And then that was on a Friday. And then Monday, the death penalty thing comes out. Like, they're literally just going back and forth with each other is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe now looking at it, the detective for the defense probably should have just stayed quiet. And then when they came to the courtroom, the two witnesses, which is going to be, well, I call them the two witnesses, two main witnesses, going to be Dylan and Bethany.
Mhm.
She could have got them there. Says in the police report, this is what you said. You still sticking to that story? She could have done one of those type things, but he came out early and says that she had some evidence that may change the light on the matter. Not those exact words,
Mhm.
but that she has some evidence. And then right after that, here comes the grand jury,
Yep.
and it stopped everything.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
gonna be very interesting when it starts. Like I have said 1,000 other times, and I'm hoping that we get to hear all the evidence. It's all truthful. We hear the state doing what they're supposed to do, and we hear Ann Taylor doing what she's supposed to do.
Because I had someone on another channel. Oh, this one channel, they got this guy already crucified and got the bowl and water ready for him. So, and I said, you actually know for a fact that the defense went to Reno, Nevada, and spoke with Bethany. Oh, yeah, send their report. I go, what report? Show me a document that's
Report.
dropped. Show me somewhere where they report that where they checked in with the clerk of the court. They went and came back. Show me their receipts for their plane flights and rooms or anything, dinners they had,
Yeah, they
expenses.
can't.
Exactly. So I don't believe they've spoke with Bethany yet, and I don't believe they spoke with Dylan either.
I would agree with you on that, Riddler.
And I don't know. I was just trying to talk. I was always taught as a kid, and we were told wrong about so many things anyway. That a courtroom is fair and everybody gets a fair trial, and they do their best at it. Not
No,
going
they
to be
don't.
perfect, but it's going to be the best. Well, I don't see that anymore.
No, I don't think it's that way anymore either.
And when that lady told us about the grand jury, now nothing against her, but how can you be a judge, because that's what they are, and you have no training? You have no law education to
Well, they're
serve.
not really a judge. All they're doing is saying that they think that it's worth taking a look at.
Well, they could
Pretty much.
subpoena. Hold it. They could subpoena anybody and ask any question. They don't have. You don't have somebody in there with you saying objection, irrelevant. You won't get to hear all that. They go in there and ask you a question. You better answer it, or you're in contempt.
All right, and Kim Young in chat, hold on, let me go back up and find her comment. She said, I don't know why, but I keep getting this feeling that DM will not show. I know she has to, but I just get a weird feeling about it. I don't know, maybe she's going to be subpoenaed. Her and Bethany both, but.
Well, if she doesn't show up, they'll go get her.
Right,
They'll pick her up.
she'll get in trouble. But who knows? She may not show up. Now, she's not going to have to show up until they give her a day that she's supposed to be there, which, if, they'll, once it gets moving along and they get in through one or two of the witnesses, if she's not in the first one or two witnesses or whatever, then they'll know about what day she'll have to show up or whatever.
Right.
To take the stand, but.
I hope they don't let them. We're going to Zoom their testimony.
What, the girls?
Yes, I hope they have to appear in court.
Yeah, I think they should be there in person.
Yeah, I do too.
And don't get me wrong, she's going to be scared. I'm sure her and Bethany both will be, but I still think that they need to be there in person.
Well, he has the right to face his accusers. Then
Yes,
I don't think that Ann Taylor will let them get Zoom.
Well, she needs to look at it like, I'm going there to defend
My
and
friend.
stand up for my 4 best friends in the world.
That's right.
And there's some other things she can add in there. The reason she's going, but that right there gives her a rally. Both of them a rally to go get around.
But Riddle, we don't know if she's sure that it's him. We don't even know if he saw him. She saw him.
Well,
we
I
just
know
know
she
the
didn't say clad in black, so we don't
I just
really
don't.
know what he said. She said to
I
them.
really don't believe someone her age is saying clad
Yeah,
in black.
right.
The word clad.
I don't.
Hey
Avery, how are
guys.
you?
Hey, Avery.
Hey, I'm gonna sound rough. I'm sorry. I'm sick.
Good
But
heavens.
I know
Feel
I have
better.
hope.
She's got Rona.
Yeah.
When
Here's
did?
my
Oh no,
Do you really?
Avery.
yeah. There's a new strain going around.
Oh my
It
word.
starts with a F, I think. It's it's going around bad. Like everybody, and there's a ton of people
Wow.
that have it. But so here's my question. If okay, like when O.J. Simpson was acquitted, the investigators never went back looking for somebody else.
No,
You know, they just so a lot of
that
times
was
when
it.
yeah, a lot of times when these investigators are just so positive that they have the right person, even if they're acquitted or found not guilty, that it's like it's the end of their investigation. So
Yeah, you're
if
right.
Bryan is found not guilty or acquitted, what I would want to know is, are they going to look more for who could have done this, or are they just going to wash their hands of it, like we've seen with so many other cases?
They'll probably wash their hands of it till it happens again.
See, that's not fair. It's driving me crazy. Do you
Not
think the Gonzalez family would allow that to happen?
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I had to mute and step away for just a second, but would the Gonzalez family allow what to happen?
Oh, well, how much did you miss?
She
Pretty
was
much all
saying
of it.
she was saying that like on the OJ and cases like that, when somebody's acquitted, they
Uh,
don't really go back and look for somebody else. She was wondering if he was acquitted or whatever, do you think they'll go back and look for somebody else in this instance? I don't think they will.
I
And then
don't. I think they wouldn't want to, but will Mr. Gonzalez allow that to happen? No,
that's what she asked. Yeah.
no, I don't think he would. I think he would be on them every second of every day until they found out the person who did this to those 4 kids.
Absolutely.
And do you guys realize, like, if that is the case and it turns out that, he's innocent, that is a whole, well, it'll be over a year by the time the trial happens, probably. A whole year of lost time, and
And it's
I
going to be a
mean,
whole new can of worms.
And they've already torn the house apart.
yeah. I mean, where would they even begin? It's just worrisome to me. Like I almost want him to be guilty, because I don't want to think that, they did get the wrong person and that somebody else did this and is out
Yeah.
there free and, will never be caught. That's scarier than anything to me.
I'm with you.
Well,
I'm with
Avery,
you.
if you remember, down in Gainesville, they arrested the wrong guy.
Yeah.
They put him in jail on a bogus. Well, I don't want to say bogus. He battered his grandmother, they said, and I mean she's got a nice wound on her face. But anyway, it was Danny Rawlings doing it, and they just knew we got our man, and the same color hair, same color hair as what we found in one of the rooms, and that wasn't good enough. The DNA says it's not him. So they ended up getting Danny. Danny was already in jail, also serving on another charge. That's how they ended up getting him. That and his missing part of his finger was missing.
Right. And that's what actually had them look at him was whenever one of the investigators said that there was a finger missing, and they're like, "Oh, wait a minute. We have this from the crime scene," and that's what got him was that finger missing.
Yeah, it was part of a finger was missing. He cut it in when he worked. I think it was a bread factory or something like that. Anyway, he cut his finger in there, and he got fired. Sounds like BK. Remember at the fish factory?
Yeah.
Couldn't do the job, and everywhere he went, he couldn't get a job. Remember, BK couldn't get on with the police department,
Yeah.
so he went and created his own job.
Have y'all heard the story that came out? I think it was yesterday. It came out of this lady she worked at the high school that Bryan went to, and had something to do with the program that he was in, where they help you become a police officer, firefighter, and all that. And she said that he was kicked out of the program, but she never would say what it was that he done. But apparently maybe some female students had made a complaint against him or whatever, but it was never said what he did for him to be kicked out of the program.
Was it the ROTC program?
No, they just said that it was something to do with him in a program that he was wanting, that's supposed to help him become law enforcement. Because, ROTC is all military stuff.
Yeah, that's military. I haven't heard that story, but then again,
there is like several articles. Well, when one article hit, then they all kind of piggyback off of that article. But I'm sitting here thinking, this is a lady who was involved was working at a school where Bryan went to. He was a minor at the time. Now she's coming out saying all this stuff, but not actually coming out and saying the actual reason he gets kicked out. But why is she waiting 8 months after he gets arrested to come out with it?
Do you know what her name is?
Yeah, it's in the article. I have to go back and try to find it.
I would like to look into that.
Marina, it's the high school ROTC is actually JROTC, is for like the junior ROTC program, and then if I'm not mistaken, college is the actual ROTC program.
Yeah, I think you're right, Scarlett.
But it's strictly military.
But you say
stuff,
that some females complain?
It's something about I guess one of the girls that went to school there or was in the program as well made a complaint against Bryan, but it's never said what the complaint is about, what he did, or anything like that. Just that,
and he was a minor.
Yeah, I mean, when he was in high school, and she's coming out and talking about it now, 8 months after he gets arrested, during the time that he was a minor. I don't think that. I mean, is that legal for her to be, even though he's an adult now, obviously, but her talking about stuff that happened at a high school when he was a minor?
I don't know if it would be illegal. If she still works there, it would be ethical. It would be ethically wrong. I don't know if that would be illegal though.
Well, he was not charged. Then, if he was not charged, she can say whatever she wants.
But why now, though? That's
Ron John said the same thing I was 15 minutes.
Because it's a thing. It just don't make sense. And I wasn't even gonna bring it up tonight because I'm just like, it's another source. You know what I'm saying? That's coming out, but doesn't give. I mean, yeah, her name is in there, but she's just come out saying, well, this is the reason. And now since he's been arrested, she understands why. Well, what is it that you're understanding that you're even talking about? Because you're not coming out and saying what the hell this boy did.
So why even bother?
Right. Okay, yeah. K-Bird said KB, or Lord Jesus, not KB. BK was in a criminal justice program in high school. He did something where many girls complained. He got kicked out and put into the HVAC program. So it was many girls that complained? But what did he do? That's what I'm not understanding. And why come out now? Why not come out at the very beginning whenever he was first arrested and was like, yeah, I remember when he was in high school and he did this and we had female students that complained about him and all that. Why wait 8 months after he gets arrested?
Scarlett, I've missed a lot over the past few days from being sick. So they're having jury selection in September, right?
September 25th, 26th, and 27th.
Is it still scheduled to be in Latah County, or have they requested to move it?
No, it's as of right now, it's going to still be in Latah County.
Gene, who's Bryan Cooper? Okay, so new information. Bryan Cooper got kicked out of high school and kicked out of the high school program. What?
That may be a typo. They may mean Kohberger.
Yeah. He didn't get kicked out of high school. Didn't he finish? He finished high school.
I thought he did get kicked out, but he finished
Didn't
somewhere
he do
else.
the homeschool?
Well,
Yeah.
it said that he was kicked out of the program, and then the following school year, if I'm not mistaken, they said it was his junior year, I believe, that he got kicked out of that. And then the following school year, he
worked from home, right?
Yeah, he did homeschooling and finished that.
Right. Ivan, I don't know. He was year 11, not 11 years old when that happened. That's why they're coming out, because it was in high school that happened.
So did I also hear right that his parents are in Idaho now?
I don't even know if they even went to the trial or to the hearing the other day. A lot of people were saying that they were there. Some people were saying that anybody that was there on Bryan's behalf had to wear bulletproof vests to the courtroom.
Holy moly.
I've heard that there was people that was with Bryan's family got done so bad that they had to leave the courthouse because they were being spit on and talked to bad and all this, and that they wasn't going to go back. And so I don't know if his family was even there. I haven't heard anybody who was sitting in the courtroom that day say that Bryan's family was in the courtroom. They've only mentioned about Kaylee's family.
Yeah, I watched all of, what's that guy's name? Eric Panasini, whatever.
Wait, who?
Oh, Lord.
You're talking about Vinny? Is that his name? Vinny something or other?
No. The guy, he was in the courtroom and he tweeted the whole day.
Are you talking about Alex? Alex Caparillo, I think that's his last name.
Man, I was way off. I'm telling you guys, I've been so sick. What'd I say? Eric Panasili?
I did follow a lot of his tweets.
I didn't see him say anything about Bryan's family.
And Andrea Burkhart did a video that I watched today, and she never mentioned I never heard her mention anything about Bryan's family. She mentioned Kaylee's family being there and all that, but she never mentioned anything about Bryan's family either. So I don't think they were there. They might have been there via Zoom, but I don't think they were in Idaho. I think that if they're going to show up, it may be during the trial. If not during the trial, they may show up maybe for the very end of it. But I don't think they were there the other day.
Is it true that his mom had to be carried out of the hearing in Pennsylvania? I just read that today somewhere. That she had to be carried out of the courtroom of the hearing in Pennsylvania.
No, I've never heard that, so I'm not sure.
Do you know why?
Why?
Like, I was asking, like, do you know why she had to be carried out?
Oh, because she was so upset is what I read. She was
Oh.
just like a mess, and
I don't know. I've never heard that before.
I read it in it was somebody's comments on somebody's panel.
I don't know. It was almost comical, honestly, about the whole bulletproof vest thing for the family. And
That's crazy.
I was just like, they're not going to tell that family that they have to wear a bulletproof vest to the courtroom.
If I was Bryan's family and was going there, they wouldn't have to tell me. I'd be in full body armor. I
Yeah.
really would, just because I don't
It's
trust
sad that they
people.
would have to do that, but yeah, I could see them having to do that.
Yeah, I don't trust people.
If they have to do that, the judge will have to close the hearing.
I'd even have a helmet on.
They will have to do it closed door and take the family in and out for other exits. I mean, he has to ensure the safety of the people that are going to court.
Now, I don't remember.
I don't think that could be possible.
Actually, what I would do is I would find that Rory guy and have him take me to the courthouse through one of his tunnels.
Well, let me ask you this. In my area, because I got caught on this the other day, and right here in my area, it's like going through an airport when you go into our courthouse. Is it like that where y'all are from?
Oh, through the metal detectors and all that?
Yes, they got metal detectors. They got people with wands. They got the people with the white shirts. What do you call them? It's like TSA.
Yeah.
Black pants, and you go through there, and like I said, they got wands, and then they also got these metal protectors, and you put your stuff on a conveyor belt, and it X-rays it.
Well, in the parish that I live in, okay, when you walk into the courthouse, there's this little security dude that's sitting there, and he uses a wand or whatever. And if you're going up to the courtroom, you can't take your phone with you. You have to either leave it there or leave it in your vehicle. If you're going anywhere else in the courthouse, you can have it. Once you go upstairs to the courtroom, you have to go through a full metal detector before you can even get to the part of the hallway where the courtroom is at. And it's like you're saying, like you're walking to an airport. Now, the parish that I had to go to when I had to go do the stuff at the court with my dad's estate, as soon as you walk into the courthouse, like literally a half a foot inside the door, there's the metal detectors, there's the people with the wands. You've got to take belts off. You've got to take everything off. It has, like, they made me take my belt off because it had like the rivets in it. I had to take my belt off. If you have a phone, you cannot take it with you if you're going to the courtroom.
We were told we had to leave everything in our car but our keys. And then we couldn't take our keys in either.
That's what happened to me. I went to you remember when I had to go, and on one of my key rings, I've got a key that goes to like a glass door. And those are they're like little hex things that you put inside of a screw, and you turn that screw, and you can either lock or make the push bar where it's functional, or you can make it where it's non-functional. Anyway, if you want to lock the doors up. So anyway, they say that looks too much like a key for a handcuff. Now, and I do know this for a fact, there's people who will put handcuff keys in the courtroom, drop them in there.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and they're universal, most of your handcuff keys. So, but here it's like you just said, they check you all the way over. They just built a brand new courthouse here, and it's about the size of the Roman Colosseum. And you can't find your way around there, and it's so huge. But they check you thoroughly coming in, so you're not bringing any weapons in there.
The county that I'm in, they're so conservative that they do all that stuff too, but they also, the guys at the metal detector that you walk through, they have tape measures for women who come through in skirts. because if they suspect that your skirt is a certain number of inches above your knee, they will measure. I know this because I had to leave a courtroom one time. I was going in as a witness, and I was wearing a skirt suit, and my skirt was like 2 inches too short to be allowed into the courtroom.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here there's certain you can't wear shorts in the courtroom, whether you're just going to listen to court
Mhm.
or whatever. You cannot walk in the courtroom if you have shorts on. It like they have a whole dress code here too.
Mhm.
And
I thought
if
I was
you
so.
the one place that I went in, like I said, I had to take my belts and everything off, and the damn thing still went off when I walked through it, and then they had to get the wand out. And
Yeah.
I'm like literally have nothing on me. You have my keys, you have my watch, you had my phone, you had everything. Like I
You
have
have my
nothing on me, and
belt.
yeah, everything. And they still had to still had to get the wand out. I'm like, damn, And I'm just going to the clerk's office. That's all I'm doing.
That's why I was so surprised about the family member who wore the shirt with the bill for the firing squad, and it said
Oh
shots
yeah.
fired. I couldn't believe that was allowed into the courthouse. They would never allow that here. Never.
Well, that's what Andrea Burkhart was talking about. But she said that the shirt, she was 2 rows behind the family, and she said it was small enough on the shirt that she kind of had to like look at it real good to see what it said. So she didn't think that the judge would be able to see it at all, which I'm sure by now the judge has seen it. But she was saying too that she couldn't believe that they were allowed into the courtroom with it.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of these political nuts that likes to push it to the limit, and he wore a gun holster inside to the courthouse. Now, no firearm, just a gun holster.
Just the holster.
And they try to stop him. He says, "Show me a law, otherwise I'll sue you." And they had to let him in.
Yep.
With just the gun holster on there. He says, yeah, he won his little thing, so they let him in. Nothing happened. I mean, he can't do anything with it.
Something else that would never fly here, too, is an attorney sitting down and talking to the judge. That would never.
I don't understand that.
I think
believe that I think that happened because she has COVID and she asked
and that could have been the
judge.
reason. That could have been the
Yeah.
reason.
Because even her chair, all the other chairs have wheels, and her chair didn't have one. She was not feeling well.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Trust me, I feel what she was going through.
So that could have been the reason why the judge might have excused it for that. But I don't think she's ever stood up when she's talked to the judge.
Yeah, the last hearing she didn't either, so that's why I wondered.
The first one,
maybe that's why he offered Zoom, because of her being sick.
She doesn't want to do Zoom.
Yeah, that's what they said for the one for tomorrow. He was like, "Well, y'all just want to do it via Zoom," and she's like, "Nope, I want to be there in person." So, and the state was like, "Well, it's just a status hearing. It's not gonna take that long."
And Bryan Kohberger, he's on charges for quadruple homicide, and he's handing her a mask like, "I don't want your COVID." Like that's
well,
more.
maybe
now Andrea
she knows.
Go ahead, Lazo.
Well, if it's not going to take that long, maybe what if she waives the speedy?
I don't know.
Tomorrow.
I think it's too late. Oh wait,
No, he has until September the 8th.
That's right. I forgot about
She
that.
can do it on October 2nd if she wants. The judge will not like it, but she can do it.
But didn't the judge say the trial is happening?
Yes, as far as he is
but
concerned, it is happening on October the 2nd. But in the paperwork that came out today, and I got to go find it.
But they have until November something for the 6 months. They can push it a little bit.
Maybe she's trying to give the judge COVID so they don't have to postpone it anymore.
Okay, so it says if the defendant intends to waive his rights to a speedy trial and not proceed to trial as scheduled, he must do so by September the 8th of 2023. That was in the order that came out today with the scheduling order.
Yes, but if she goes on October 2nd and say, look, Josh, we are not ready, well, they are not ready.
So the judge, he did deny her, or has he addressed her motion for dismissal on the indictment?
No, they're going to hear that on
Tomorrow.
September the 1st.
Oh, September, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that'll be September
It's
the
taking
1st.
so long. When is going to be the ex parte thing?
I haven't heard anything else about that. I know she asked for it. So if they've done it, I don't know. They haven't said anything else about it.
So
But I don't think they have. I don't think that they have done it because the judge was, at least on Friday, he was talking about the alibi that was not an alibi and making almost fun of it. Then I don't think that the ex parte was done before Friday.
I don't know. Like I said, I know that it was mentioned in that one document, but it hasn't been anything else said about it.
So Ann Taylor, is she still saying that they haven't been given all the evidence, and prosecution is saying that they have? Is that what was going on? What was going on still on the last hearing?
Yeah, he said that they've given her everything that they have.
And she's saying that they haven't?
That the 3 unidentified male DNA sources
Oh,
she doesn't have. And he said that the only thing that they still have coming out was there was a lab report that was coming out, and he said he didn't know if it would be there today, but it would be there soon. And it was, hold on, I wrote it down. What that was regarding. Hold on, let me find it because I wrote it down word for word what he said. Okay, so the outstanding lab report coming in relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. So that's what they were waiting. And then he said that he would get back in touch with the lab to see if they had anything else other than that one that he knew that was coming, if they had anything else that they were going to be sending.
So would that be, okay, forensic examination by the crime scene? So that would that have anything to do with possible DNA or no? I can't think properly right now.
It's probably just the report from the crime scene, the personnel person that was there. That was the crime scene itself is how it's worded, or that's what Thompson said. Hold on, I got to go back to it again.
But why would it be a lab report though?
Okay, so it's a lab report coming in that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself.
Oh, the lab text that they sent out. Okay, so yes. That could be, yeah. So that could be.
And that's verbatim out of Mr. Thompson's mouth, because when I first heard it about the report, I didn't hear him say what it was for. And people were asking all night, well, do we know what the lab report is for? And I was like, no, they didn't say. And then I went back and listened again, and then I heard that. So I wrote down word for word what came out of his mouth.
I wonder if the prosecution already knows what's in that report and they're just being donkey asses about it. They'll do stuff like that, you know, like they'll tell the lab, hey, don't release it until such and such date, because we don't want them to know what evidence we have. They do stuff like that. I know they do.
Well, the judge still have to rule about the IgG and the other DNA.
Yeah, that's true.
Then it will take forever. They are not going to make it for October 2nd. It's impossible.
I wonder how many family members will have to take the stand.
I was thinking all this time that it wouldn't be possible for the trial to start in October, but now I'm beginning to think that it is actually going to happen in October. If not, it'll be very quickly after that, because for some reason it seems like the judge and is wanting this to happen. Like,
I was just about Avery. I was just about to say. I think the judge wants to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
From the
His
sounds of it.
words was, as far as I'm concerned, this is going to start on October the 2nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's up to BK because he's not waiving a speedy.
True.
The judge just can do. That's the only thing that BK is controlling is the speedy trial, and he's going to control. If he is the way many people think he is, he's going to control him until the last moment he can.
Well, why?
Just because he can.
Like, why does his defense keep filing motions for stays if they don't? If they,
But they want a speedy trial
because they can.
It makes no sense.
It really doesn't make any sense.
Well, it doesn't make any sense right now. Thompson is screaming that he doesn't have enough time. Well, you went to the grand jury, dude. You didn't want an open hearing. You don't have enough time. Eat it.
Oh, because he was saying he needed like a certain number of days after Anne turned something in. What was it that she's supposed to turn in, and then he needs a certain number of days to go over it. Well, I don't even remember what it was. It was something that Anne's turning.
They need to do disclosures,
was,
motions, responses. It's just a big mess.
Okay, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about, Avery. Give me a second, because they were arguing something's got to be turned in by tomorrow. Oh shit! Let me find it. Hold on. It's on here somewhere because where the hell did it go? It's something that the state, the defense has got to do by tomorrow, and then the state's got to respond by the 30th. Where is it at? Okay, so all right. So a hearing on the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment will be held September the 1st at 1:00. Any additional motions regarding the dismissal of the indictment are due by August the 23rd. The state's response briefing is due by August the 30th. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying, that he needed more than 7 days.
Yeah, because the one attorney, Jeff Nye, was saying, well, I don't know if I can respond by such and such time, and then he was like, well, I can by the 30th or whatever, and yeah, I think they
Well, I like that part because the judge he lost his cool a little bit and said, well, I see a lot of attorneys here, like, you guys figure it out.
One dude couldn't do something because he's got a dentist appointment, which is nothing. It's not an emergency. They're just hard to come by. But he'll cancel it if he has to.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I believe it was Thompson that said that they were talking about doing something on a certain day. He was like, well, I can't do it that day because I have a dentist appointment, and it's not a very big deal, but they're really hard to come by, talking about the appointment or whatever.
I couldn't believe that he talked that lightly about it in front of the family of the victim.
You really shouldn't neglect your teeth health, the health of your teeth. But still, that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of strange to bring up.
I think they ended up, whatever it was, they ended up, I believe, scheduling it for that afternoon after his dentist appointment, so that way he can still have his dentist appointment and still get the other stuff done as well.
Good grief. Do you guys think that the defense would have been able to go through 51 terabytes of data by the time trial's supposed to start?
I mean, if they get all hands on deck, yeah.
That's a lot.
Now, whether they have went through it all, I don't know.
It's going to be, I mean, that's a lot to go through.
It is a lot. But it depends on what it is too. I mean,
True.
if it's
It's a
a lot
lot.
of video and things like that, it
A
wouldn't
lot
be.
they won't use.
Right. And that's probably what most of it's going to be, is probably video, maybe somebody hand footage, street cameras,
Pictures.
doorbell cameras, yeah, all that.
I wish trial was this week while I'm homesick. Because I'm planning on playing sick when the trial happens.
But no, we can't have it now because I've done told everybody starting October the 1st, don't ask me to do anything because I'm not doing it. If you need a ride, you got to get somebody else to drive you because I ain't going nowhere.
She told her family she's on strike.
I did.
You
I told
did.
them. I sure did. I said, do not. I'm telling y'all now, if y'all have something that is scheduled for the month of October, I can't help you. I have to do this,
Right.
and I have to.
Do
I
not
can only do it
mess
in a
with
day.
me on this.
That is so
I
funny.
have to. Now, if it
Might
comes
be
to
another trial you have to go to if you mess with me on this.
We should. Oh, you can't get DoorDash. I was gonna say we should send you DoorDash gift cards, but you can't.
yeah, I can't get DoorDash. Them people, they don't deliver out here in the woods.
Dang.
You can't get DoorDash where you are, Scarlett?
No, girl, I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. They don't.
Oh.
They can't even get a pizza delivered out here.
I can't. We can't either, Scarlett. I'm with you on that.
I mean, if I want a pizza or anything like fast food, I have to drive 45 minutes to town to get
Oh
it.
my gosh.
So
I think that's how I got sick. Was out testing DoorDash just for your channel.
sorry.
Oh.
I don't remember asking you to do it.
I was taking initiative for the channel. I was taking
She was doing research on DoorDash and
Like
how
you don't have enough that you're doing right now, right? You had to add something else to it, girl.
Oh, of
No
course.
wonder why you're sick.
I know it. Gosh.
I'm sorry you're sick, by the way, sweetie.
I hope you do feel better soon.
Yes.
I'm feeling a little bit better tonight to actually come on panel. The past 2 days, I literally thought I just wanted to die. Like it was that bad.
Yeah.
I'm just praying that my son doesn't get it.
Oh God, I hope not.
Oh gosh, that would be terrible.
And his surgery is scheduled for the 28th, I think Monday. And we're gonna have to rearrange that. And this is the big surgery.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Avery,
Ooh,
Sally
they
Mae wants
probably
to
will
know.
reschedule it.
Sally Mae wants to know if you have your fanny pack on.
I have
Yeah.
I haven't received them yet.
Didn't you say you ordered 4?
I did.
You're so funny.
You ordered 4 fanny packs?
I
You're
did.
probably gonna need all 4 to carry your stuff in at once.
I think I'm gonna have them embroidered. One is gonna say Scarlet. I'm gonna have one Lady V. I'm gonna have to get one embroidered for Courtney Anderson in the chat because she's like all down for the fanny pack.
Oh Lord.
And
I'm letting
Amazing
you know.
Tiff said, "From where I want one."
And then when we fly to Moscow, which reminds me, Scarlett, please don't try to take your Aquanet on the plane. You cannot do that.
I don't use Aquanet.
My grandmother used Aquanet.
Oh my God, I no, I don't even use hairspray anymore, honestly.
But no, I really did order the fanny pack because I
That's
really.
hilarious. I love it.
I'm telling you, I've warned you. You send me a picture of it, and I'm gonna die laughing.
Yep.
I am. I'm gonna send you pictures for sure. I just don't. Do you put them like tight around your hip, or do you kind of like let them hang on a hip?
It depends on how big of a tummy you got.
No, you know what people usually do with them? You know how people wear them big bows on top of their head?
I'm not falling for that.
Scarlett, I was watching the Psychics the other night.
Uh-huh.
They were doing the tarot cards. and they said BK gets off.
Oh, damn.
Riddler, you need a fanny pack too.
I've got one.
I'm
Oh,
gonna have
right.
to ask my clairvoyant.
I'll tell you why I had it. I had to carry magic markers with me from the job I was working, and they leak. And so I was tired of having to go out and buy brand new dress pants. So I got a fanny pack and put them in there. That way if they leak on the fanny pack. But they were popular for especially guys like athletes.
See.
They would carry them with them. They keep their wallet and car keys and all that in there.
They're so practical. They're just practical.
Well, the military has them. They're called tactical, and military tactical. I forgot what they call them. But anyway, they snap on the same way. You wear them to the front, and you see people in the medical field, like paramedics. They have them with their scissors and tape.
See?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take a picture of myself when they come in.
Well, that
I'm
man
gonna
even had
community
a
tab.
utility belt, so he had a fanny pack. I mean, where do you think he keeps his car keys?
I'm gonna take a picture of myself when they come in and put it on my community tab, and you guys watch. And next thing you know, you're gonna see the Kardashians with fanny packs.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
you would have done better with one of those crossbody.
Yeah, they probably would have been more comfortable, the crossbody thing, honestly.
Yeah, probably would have. You could carry more too.
Basically, guys like cameramen and things like that have the fanny packs with
Hey,
them.
y'all, I got to mute for 1 second, so y'all keep going.
But the fanny pack is the style thing, bringing back the 90s.
Yeah,
Yep. We're doing this. We're doing it. My daughters are
No, thank you.
My daughters say they won't go anywhere with me with them on, but you know what? They're gonna wear them too.
Yeah.
I'll bribe them.
Oh, absolutely.
Now,
Oh, by the way,
do
Lady
that.
B, I got a connection going with Willie and my daughter.
Oh,
Okay, I'm back.
That's
beat
what
me
I
up on that one.
I sent him pictures, and Willie was like, "Ooh, she's stunning. How
Yeah,
old is
well,
she?"
she's
And
anything like her mama, she
oh,
is. That's for sure.
they're supposed to get on messenger chats on Facebook together. See what
Oh
I'm
my
making
goodness.
a love connect. I have
Ooh,
more grandbabies.
doing some matchmaking.
I know.
Going. Yep. Willie is now my son-in-law.
Okay, so Gigi has a fanny pack, but I can't laugh at Gigi for a fanny pack, though, y'all.
But that's at the beach.
But I still couldn't laugh at her for it.
And I haven't worn my fanny pack since the 1990s.
I mean, it depends on what medical personnel I can see,
I get that, because there are, they only have so many pockets on certain scrub pants that you can stick stuff. I get that. But
I can even understand cameramen.
Well, Navy SEALs, Rangers.
Yeah, they do. But I can see that. I just can't see Avery.
You just can't see someone wearing it for a fashionable sensation anymore.
I think I probably still have one of my old fanny packs.
It was probably more of a GQ thing back in the 90s when that
probably
was. And it was a fashion statement.
Oh, absolutely.
Wait, I thought they came out in the 80s.
They might have, but
I think they probably came out in this. I mean, I can see people in the 70s,
No, it was the 90s.
Yeah, I never saw them in the 70s, but I saw them in the
goods
90s.
in there.
But like I said, you saw guys who were bodybuilders. They wore them because they went to the gym and they kept their car keys and wallet in them because they didn't trust the locker. Somebody could break into them and get their rings.
Oh, yeah.
The Rolex watches. They kept things like that.
KK wants you to please bring the fanny pack with you to Ohio.
Oh, I am.
I
have her makeup in it, and she's going to put makeup on me.
Oh, Lord.
I've shot.
Oh, can you guys please video that? Please video that. I will pay.
Elbow says
Wait,
their
is there going
fanny
to be
pack
lashes involved? KK, is there going to be lashes involved?
Don't
The
use Gorilla Glue.
pictures must be taken if there's eyelashes involved or eyebrows. Elbow says that their fanny pack has a USB port, but a giant can of Ray won't fit in it.
Oh, Lord.
I was in a contest, and one of the prizes I won was a fanny pack.
Oh, good
And
Lord.
this was shooting shotguns. It was in skeet.
A skeet.
Yeah, I shoot skeet and trap and.
Well, I could see that. We have skeet. We just usually carry the whole box out there with us.
Well, I got my regular pack on the side, a belt, and it's got a big old bag on the side with my ammo in it, and it's got a few little items like a pocket knife and something else to clean. Or quick tools like a screwdriver set, multi-pliers, multi-tool set is what I'm trying to say with the pliers, in case I have an emergency, because I shoot for competition. We get graded like
This is
ABs,
epic.
double A's, and stuff
Thank
like
you,
that.
Slipper.
Lashes and brows for everyone.
But I don't wear a fanny pack like if I just go out to dinner or no, I'm not wearing it for that. If I'm going to wear it, it's because it's got something in it I got to have right then.
Or you might need.
Right, like my super glue. Next time I go out in the woods, instead of having a cake, I'll have that. I'm bringing a fanny pack with medical items next time.
I'm just cracking up because I've seen pictures of Riddler and I just cannot see him wearing a fanny pack.
In a fanny pack.
Yeah, I don't think I could see that.
Riddler's a good-looking man. For those of you who haven't seen his photos,
Don't believe a word she's saying. She's sick, real bad.
no, he actually is a really good look. Scarlett, what
Did
do
you
you?
just hit yourself?
I saw her X-rays. She's sick.
Let me see something.
She has mental problems.
She'll be sitting up next week. I was going to ask about family members who are going to be subpoenaed or summoned, however you want to say it.
Scarlett thinks she's funny sending me memes. Sorry, Riddler.
I do think that probably Kaylee's family, like her parents, will probably be subpoenaed. I don't know about Ethan's though, because Ethan's family's not going.
I think that is it Maddie's dad who changed the locks, or
No,
Yeah.
Xana's dad.
I think he'll for sure be subpoenaed about changing that lock.
Probably.
Do you think her mom will get subpoenaed?
Oh,
I doubt it. I really don't think she would.
did Xana have a relationship with her mom? Does anybody know?
I don't think it was ever talked about, honestly. And just this is my opinion. We know the situation that Xana's mom has had.
Yeah.
I really don't think it would be healthy for her
No.
if she was to come to the trial. I really don't. And I'm not saying that to be mean
No,
or
you're
anything like that. I just, some people can't handle some stuff like that, especially when they've been through something like she's been through. And I would hate for her, like, she has every right to go, but I would just be afraid that it would cause her to go back to that, and we don't want that.
Yeah.
I think it like this. I think Xana wouldn't want her to go if it was going to cause her to backslide. So to
Right,
speak.
right,
Yeah.
and that's just my personal opinion of it. Not trying to bash her or anything. Like, I just don't think it's healthy for her to go.
I
I really
agree.
don't.
And the Chapins, they're still not attending anything. Is that?
As far as I know, they've said they've been asked, and they straight out said that they're not going, because can't remember the exact words verbatim of what they said, but they don't want to give Bryan the satisfaction of seeing them upset.
And they haven't been going to any of the hearings, have they?
No, they're putting all of their time and energy and their concentration into Hunter and Maisie.
Right.
That's what they're doing.
I mean,
And
I understand that.
yeah.
And also, isn't Maddie's mom kind of in the same situation as Xana's?
Her stepmom.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was her stepmom.
Her stepmom.
And her stepmom and her dad both had gotten in trouble for the same thing. I just think that Xana's mom had a little bit more of a problem.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm trying to be respectful with how I'm saying it because I don't want her to go back to that. You know what I'm saying? Like she's out, she's clean, and I want her to stay like that. Like I don't want something.
You just don't want anything to trigger it,
right? And I think that something like this would. And like I said, she has every right in the world to go to it. It's her child.
Which one of the girls is it that has the dad with the big eyes?
That has the dad with the big eyes?
He has big eyes, big eyes.
Maddie?
Blonde. Is it Maddie's dad?
Yeah, he's got like short blondish color hair.
And like this real big eyes.
Yeah, that would be
What is
Maddie.
Xana's dad? Did he had...
I wonder if
I've never even heard anything about Xana's dad, I guess.
Well, he spoke at the tribute. I think he had darker hair.
Yeah, Xana's dad's got a darker color hair. Now Maddie's dad spoke at the vigil too that they had at the college.
And he's the blonder.
Yeah, his was like a lighter color hair, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I was trying to get to was there were two families that filed a tort.
Yes, Kaylee and Maddie's family.
Okay. If that is still filed and hasn't been removed, do you think the defense will bring those two up on the stand and says, why'd you file it? Were they incompetent? They're going to get to that point. I don't know how they're going to get to it. Did you find them lackluster? Did you find them irresponsible? Was it neglect? Is there a liability? They're going to find out a reason why that tort was filed.
I honestly hate that they filed to reserve that right. I hate it because
opening that door is to risk putting family on this.
Wait, say that again, Laza?
I would not put family of the victims on the stands from the defense. No.
That'll make
because you open the door.
Bad.
That's why I was wondering if somebody will call.
Police department.
Well, Anna's gonna bring it up because it's shifting. It in a way, it's the family shifting blame from Bryan to the school, police department, city. She's gonna bring it up.
Yeah, because there's 2 or 3 I won't say law enforcement agencies that they're suing.
Yeah,
she doesn't win anything doing that. She could lose a lot.
Isn't it Moscow PD, University of Idaho?
Yeah.
Washington State Police.
Is it WSU Police or is it WSU? I don't even remember now. Maybe the WSU Police. I know it's several different, 3 or 4.
I'll go look.
Different agencies that they're and Idaho State Police, I think was also the name.
I just don't understand that because the school and the police they couldn't have prevented that. I don't understand how they could put any kind of blame on them. Bryan doesn't have a record. He doesn't have a criminal past.
I thought it was because of the way they handled it, not because they could have stopped it.
Yeah.
You mean like the day that it happened of them not notifying?
Yeah, Yeah, all of the
Now,
mix-ups
the
and
investigation.
I mean, I think they did good though with their investigation.
I
They
don't
didn't
think
know
so.
which kind of Elantra they needed. It was a mess.
Well, I think they possibly did that purposely to throw him off. I don't know.
Well, see, also in that video, they let some. I'll paraphrase it. We thought they let some people got clear too quickly.
Right.
So the defense can say, "What do you mean by that?" Once again, now the jury gets to hear that from the other side's family members.
See, statements like that can end up being so harmful in court.
Incriminating, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think that I know you're upset and you want to talk, but sometimes I think it's better just to stay quiet and let law enforcement handle it, because Mr. Gonzalez has made a lot of statements that, make the police department look inadequate. And those are things that could be very harmful to the case now.
And Ann can talk to him like she's his friend. I know what you're going through, sir. I'm going through it too. You weren't getting the information just like us.
Mm-hmm.
Get information. Didn't you have to go out and paper this town?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You had to go put posters up. And he was, of course, the wife had to cool him down a couple times.
Yeah. You have to, Marina, you're welcome. You have to respect him though, because he's just like, I'm not quitting until I get justice for these kids.
Yeah.
And it's not always Kaylee and Maddie that they mentioned. They put all four
Right.
in it.
Yeah.
Well, he knows how to fight and he knows how to win because he's successful,
Right.
obviously, in his job. So that's why you're seeing him doing this. He's still fighting and he's going to win for his daughter.
And I don't blame him. Honestly,
No, I don't either.
No, not at all.
I think they're a really good family. I just think that some of his statements could backfire.
and the thing is, though, some of his statements, we don't know where they were getting all of those statements from. And if there was things that was being told to them by the students, do we know it to be true? What they were being told?
Yeah, that's true.
The kids could have told them, okay, this is what happened or this is what we heard, and it may not even be true.
Yeah, but how embarrassing was it? I think it was the daughter had to go find out what time the DoorDash. She had to tell the police.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, if that
Ann's
that
gonna
is
bring all this up.
horrible.
I would if I was a lawyer, and I look right at the jury. So would you please tell the jury how you had to correct the time of that the police department had on the DoorDash, not the DoorDash, but the courtesy driver dropping the girls off.
Yeah. I mean, how bad does it look that a victim's sister had to go find out what time her sister arrived home before she was murdered because the police had it wrong?
And if they got that wrong, what else did they got wrong?
Exactly.
What do you think Steve's answer will be when Anne questions him and asks him why he thought people were being cleared too soon?
That's what we want to hear. And not wow, who?
Yeah.
That might be who did it, not my guy. That's what a defense attorney's going to say.
I think that's the most damaging statement of them all that I've heard him say.
Now, after the statement from the family about the death penalty on court, I'm not calling them. No way. They think he did it. And they think that the state doesn't have enough to convict him, probably. But they think he did it.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a war when they go to pick that jury. Now I say that, watch it be no drama at all. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. But if they get in there and get into a arguing contest, it's going to explode.
Yeah,
On
it
who gets
is.
put
The
on there.
jury?
In
Yes,
the jury selection? Is that what you're talking about, Riddler?
yes. On one of the juries that I didn't make, they got in a war over me. And the judge was trying his hardest to get me on, and I go, no, don't. That's the only time I had a judge help me. I said, I don't want to be on this one. It was a civil case.
Well,
And you didn't want to be on it because you knew that there was people on each side, and it was just going to be a bath.
No, this guy went to the gym. They had, at this place of work, they had a gym. And he went there first thing Monday morning when everybody always gets hurt on workman's comp. So, because they actually had an injury at the beach on the weekend. And this guy goes in there and he says he got injured. Now he's suing them for millions. And because to pay his bills. And I'm trying, and all I asked was one question as a juror. I said, y'all don't have workman's compensation? That's a federal law. Well, they're federal government, so the federal government doesn't make. Federal government makes everybody else do what they don't do.
Yeah.
So he was in the railroad business, so they didn't have to have workman's compensation, and he was suing because nobody ever trained him how to lift weights. Even though he went in the gym and worked out, and he's worked out there before, and he got hurt. He never had the proper training on the proper way to lift weights, and he won, but the railroad people wanted me on there. I knew their attorney. I explained that to them. I did not know the other side's attorney, and that other side did not want me on there, and I was happy with that. But in the end, I didn't have to serve on it, and I got to go home.
Well, they're saying that this jury selection is only going to last 3 days. Now, they're bringing 1,000 people in, going to last 3 days, but the judge did say maybe more days, possibly more days. Now, was it Lori's? I think only took, what, 4.5 days? 4 days, I believe it was, maybe? And I thought hers was going to take well over a week.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as long as I thought. So this one might.
And I'll tell you what, I've had some juries really, really shock me. The biggest one, of course, was Kathy Anthony's jury, and the other one was that Murdoch jury, how quick they came back with a guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you go look at some other cases, well, just because you're a liar don't mean you're a unaliver. And then in that case, well, if he's lying about that, he did it.
Yeah, I'm still not sure they got that right with Murdoch.
What do you mean?
I'm just not convinced that he did it.
Really?
Mhm.
I'm not convinced either.
Why?
I'm not convinced.
Well, there's DNA under the lady's fingernails.
Well, I had asked about that. Yeah.
And once again, here we go again. Nobody knows who it belongs to.
Yeah.
So
I had asked that the other night.
It just gets tossed to the side. I said, you got to be kidding me. DNA under somebody's fingernails? No, I don't know if it was touch DNA, skin, or what. But there it was. And then they didn't even do the ballistics right on the shotgun. And they had some little dirt farmer on YouTube showing how they screwed up. And he was right. I watched it.
I'm thinking if there was anybody else involved in that one, I think we all pretty much know who it was.
Yeah.
Or who I'm thinking that it was anyway.
Now,
The way they claim.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Riddler?
I think that whole town had it in for him. They're just tired of him always getting away with everything. And I think the word's even spread around how terrible of a lawyer he is. Look how he ripped off his clients.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not just him. I mean, you don't work 25 years in a law office and nobody knows what you're doing. All these lawyers there were doing exactly the same he was doing, and he took the rap for it.
Mm-hmm. I know Randy was. I think
Oh, shit.
Randy's behind that Stephen Smith stuff.
Damn it. Hold on, y'all. I just spilled coffee all over my desk.
Oh no.
Shit.
Hope you didn't get it on your keyboard.
No, it's just my keyboard's pushed underneath my monitor. It's just like right here on the front.
If there's I have to sit outside for a good signal whenever I come on StreamYard, and there's a dog across the street, and every time Riddler talks, it's only Riddler, and it happens every time. This dog barks. I guess he likes Riddler's voice.
Well, I love dogs. I'll go out in about 8 minutes. I'm going to go outside and watch, or maybe 30 minutes. I'll go outside and watch people walking their dogs because it's too hot to walk during the day.
That's true.
We have record-breaking heat this week. It's going to be 100 and I think 107. It said one day this week.
Girl, it was 108 2 days in a row here, and then they said that one day it's supposed to be 109.
It was 104 here today, and my car overheated.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then my roommate was helping me with my car in the middle of the road, or not in the middle of the road, but like by a median, and he was helping me, and he had just gotten out of his car to first he went and got me antifreeze, then he went and got me oil, because we thought that was a problem. And then he was helping me with my oil, and I was parked in front of him, and he was parked in the back of me, and he had his hazards on, and this guy comes barreling through and just rear-ended him.
Oh my God. Nobody was hurt though, right?
No.
Okay, good.
Thank goodness
He was out of his car, I was out of my car, and the guy just came and just rear-ended him.
That happens quite a bit. You'll see a state trooper or state police on the side of the road, and he'll get on the passenger side of the vehicle. You'll see a car come by and clip his car.
Yeah, we have a four-way, a 4-lane, 2 lanes each way, and then we were on the left hand, and we had our hazards on, and everyone else was scooting over to the right, and this guy was not paying attention. Said he was running late for work, and obviously wasn't paying attention, and he just hit David at 20, 30 miles an hour.
Oh, Scarlett, I was downtown today with my mother, and went near, not to, the courthouse, and they started blocking off all these roads. And I was thinking maybe that lady from Washington, they're flying her in for her for sentencing and for her trial. The one who she unalived. She's
Jared Bryan's wife.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's going to be an interesting trial here. Please don't send me a note saying,
where was that at?
Surprise, you're on jury duty. Hope I don't get on that one. But anyway, that's going to be held here in Jacksonville.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Right. And it happened at the beach, Jacksonville Beach. And for those of you who don't know the case, he was divorced, and his ex-wife is being charged by a grand jury for plotting the entire thing. Just plotting. They had the DP set for her.
Yeah, I remember. I know which one you're talking about.
And did she move to Washington?
She went back to Washington. Her parents are multi-millionaires. They bought
from
her
Florida.
Home. Right. She went back to Washington, the state of Washington. She went back to the West Coast, and her parents bought her a brand new home on the beach.
Or $1 million home.
I heard about this.
Yeah, they own the Stampin' Up Empire.
That's right. And my friend does Stampin' Up.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that do Stampin' Up.
Yeah.
Anyway, they threw a tire out in the middle of the road. But what's surprising is he's got his little daughter in the back seat. One of those secure chairs. And he gets out, he stops in the middle of the road like a good Samaritan, plus he's got to get through. And he's going to roll the tire out of the way to the side. And a guy comes out from the bushes and shoots him. And just leaves him there. And the little girl is still in the back seat. And I don't know how long it took. I haven't gotten to see all the details.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Till someone discovered it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so, 3 minutes.
So it's 3 minutes she's there. And she even says something like "pot daddy down" or something like that, "bang daddy down" or something. But it's going to be a case that's going to be fun because it's the first time I've heard of someone with a conspiracy getting the DP.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you have Lori.
Yeah, but it's the first time I've heard it.
Well, they said conspiracy holds the same sentence as doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But the other two guys aren't getting anything. One pulled the trigger. He's plead bargain with them.
Yeah, because he's given up information on the other guy.
Right. And there's something like 70 text messages or phone communications. That might be the better word. That went between them.
And I have a question. Does anyone know why they are not going for DP with Richens?
I don't know. I haven't really followed that case. It's one of those that if I see something while I'm on social media, I may read a little bit about it, but other than that.
Which one is it?
Corey Richens.
She's the one that, didn't she poison her husband and then wrote a book about it or something like that?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Wow, that took a lot of guts.
But we have people every night get shot in this town. I'm serious. I'll send y'all links if you want to. Just look at our news. Every night someone is shot.
I know. It's like that in Louisiana.
And they don't get
Multiple.
DPs. And they don't get DPs. They get 20 years, 25.
20 to life.
Yeah, stuff like that. And if they want, well, they have they offer. Happens on every case. I'm going to give you life, or you can take 25 years. Or I'm going for the DP, or you can take life. They always offer. But she's already got the number one attorney here, and he's the most expensive. Hank Cox or Henry Cox.
Yeah.
And the Brightigan lady?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wow.
The ex-wife has already got.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Her parents definitely got money.
Yeah. And he had money. Wasn't he? He was the.
He just received this job. I don't know how long, but he was an executive for Microsoft.
Yeah.
He lived in an upscale neighborhood.
Well, he lived in a $750,000 house. He also apparently.
That's not that much for a Microsoft executive.
No, but that still is a decent house.
Yeah.
But he also, I think she was mad about that he had gotten joint custody of the kids. And she was also mad that he had gotten they awarded him some money in the divorce because she was the one that had an affair, and she was mad about that as well.
Wow.
Well, that's a good point, that they got them, all the people involved, because of text messages and phone calls, I imagine. And BK, we don't have any, as far as I know.
Right.
Messages. If we think that he did this with somebody else, where is the trace? Where are the communications?
Exactly.
See, on this case, they've got a blue Ford truck speeding off on one of the cameras. That's how they caught the guy. They actually did the shooting.
Hey guys, I'm dropping down. I started feeling really bad.
Good night.
Well, I hope you get to feeling better soon.
Fluff your pillows and get you some chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, I am.
Rest. Yes.
Good night.
All right,
Good
have a
night.
good
Bye.
night.
Today, you don't sound good.
Yeah, she sounded horrible.
Yeah.
I think that house out there would be way more than $750,000. That's probably what he bought it for. The market has gone berserk here. My house went up to $494,000.
Yeah, ours is.
I said, "You got to be kidding me!"
Yeah.
And I would sell it. And I would sell it, but you know what the problem is? The one I go to buy is going to be even more.
Exactly.
And you said 494?
Yeah, for mine, it's a modest 2-bedroom. I mean,
Oh
it's 2
my.
stories, but it's 2 bedrooms. Yeah, it's gone berserk here. They're buying up
Here,
everything
here
here.
too.
They're stacking apartments all the way up to the clouds if you let them.
Yep. That's what they're doing here too. And we're talking, the middle of the United States, and yeah, it's crazy.
See, there's like more than 1 million people that live here.
It's gonna be more than that soon.
Yep. But anyway, it's going to be an interesting case. I don't know when she gets extradited to here.
Yeah, she's fighting it right now.
Yeah. Yep. All right, back to the K-bar.
It's not a
What
lie.
was it that I said 2 nights ago? I said back to the
DNA.
sheet or something like that. Back to the DNA.
DNA. I think that was it.
Back to the DNA, back to the footprint. Boy, they got just enough in there to spark your interest. And they got just enough in there where you can come up with all kind of whoppers.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, all this coffee is horrible.
Mine's good. Come on over.
Riddler, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How does this case compare to, I mean, I want to say, how do you compare it to, OJ, or basically, what is just your overall consensus of this? How bizarre it is.
When I first heard
basically.
it, I thought it was an essay. Now I don't. But because I saw so much of what happened here in Gainesville, which was horrible, and it was the worst case. Believe it or not, it was worse. A guy went through a sliding glass doors to get these brunette females. He used a K-bar, used a screwdriver to get in. They were college girls living off campus. And he ran into a guy by mistake in one of the rooms. I think the guy's name was Danny. He was staying with one of the females because she didn't feel safe. And she says, if you don't get here, I'm leaving. So he came by and stayed with her. He was a 6'2" or 6'3" guy, big, strong muscle. You can see him without a shirt on. Good muscle form, strong, way bigger than Ethan. Much more muscle tone than that. And this guy, Danny Rowland, he took 2 out the first night. Then he took out 1, and it was the worst one by herself. Then he took out 2 the next night. Then after that, he quit. He left once they arrested this guy named Humphreys. They thought he was the one doing it. They showed his knives. They showed what he looked like on TV.
Yeah, that right there's what convicted him, what he looked like.
Right. The lithium, he wasn't taking his medication. He was a student at the university, so he knew where they all lived. Matter of fact, I think he was seen at the same apartments that this happened at. It was an apartments off campus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw so much of that in there, and then they later found out it wasn't him when the DNA test comes back. It wasn't even close. But they still kept him in. They want to say, well, he was an accessory to it. But they had him in jail for a different charge because the grand jury did not indict Humphreys. They said there's not enough evidence here to indict. So that ham sandwich didn't get indicted. But I don't know. I've seen it. OJ's different because OJ was popular.
Yeah.
OJ was wealthy. Look at his lawyers.
Yeah.
Those aren't defense lawyers. I mean, public defenders.
No.
Those are big-time Hollywood star lawyers.
Yeah. And technically, so what you were talking about earlier, though, with OJ is technically his case is still unsolved.
I'm back.
And
It's Rid-
it's a cold
okay,
case,
there you
and
go.
I don't think it's a cold case, and I don't think they're going to come back and revisit it because they were 100% sure it's him. I mean,
But then the glove didn't fit.
OJ said he would never wear those type shoes that shows up there, and they got pictures of him wearing those shoes at a football game where he's a broadcaster.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's enough DNA there of his, and the cut on his hand when the limousine driver goes to pick him up, he's late. A neighbor saw him. Get this, a neighbor saw him leaving at the time of the accident,
Mm-hmm.
but couldn't test it. Oh yeah, whatever you want. I don't want to say the word.
I know.
Unaliving, I should say. But she couldn't use that lady's testimony because she sold it to the Inquirer or one of those magazines.
Oh, good Lord.
And Marcia Clark walked up to her and said, "Thank you, you just cost me my case." Marcia Clark knew her case was lost right there, but she tried her hardest. And she brought up every kind of evidence. Trust me, a paternity suit doesn't have that much evidence. And
That's the truth.
she had much more on that. Now, in the civil court, he was found liable for what happened, but doesn't say he did it.
Right.
But he was responsible for what happened.
Oh yeah, he did it.
Yeah, I said it from the beginning when they had him on television. I go, first place you go to is the ex-husband.
Yeah. Well, and just his, how the NBA finals got, breaking news. And, we got to watch the chase instead of the NBA finals.
Yeah, and why was he running if he's not?
That's like a red flag.
45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I remember about that case or that trial was that damn Bronco
is the chase with the Bronco.
Wasn't he in disguise and didn't he have a passport?
He had he was in the truck with his friend, and they said that he had a GUN that he was threatening to off himself. But then they went to the cemetery. He went two or three places. I know he went to a couple places before he went home and let him arrest him.
Now there was some guy that was doing handiwork around there for what's OJ's wife's ex-wife?
Nicole and Ron.
Nicole. And some people say he was an SK.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
And that he tried to assault her one night. But see, in the late hours, if you listen to the OJ side of the family, the reason OJ would come over there and he would be mad, I mean, he kicked the door in, do everything, break it, and the police never arrested him. They probably got autographs and pictures, selfies. But anyway, the story I watched was he was tired of, she would put the kids to sleep in bed, and then she invited her friends over, and they would party with the white powder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was making him upset. All these people come over. And then I think what I think has happened, he saw that Goldman guy there. Maybe he was going over there to slash tires. I don't know. But when he saw that Goldman
guy, he got real.
Yeah, I think jealousy hit him. And he goes, is this another drug dealer? Or, something like that. Or who's this, my boyfriend? And
yeah, he was jealous, man. I think he saw red anytime she was with a different man. I mean, she's got pictures of the things that he did to her face and everything. It's just horribly bad, and they wouldn't do a thing about it.
Yeah, nothing happened. And people said on the airplane he was acting strange and kept always going back and forth to the bathroom.
I just remember that damn trial taking my TV time.
Oh my gosh. It was like, I just remember it being mind-blowing at the time. And
it was.
It was literally, they named it the trial of the century. And But I think this is just kind of blowing it out of the water.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I don't think this one has that same.
Mm-mm.
Doesn't have that mystique because you don't have a Hollywood star in there, and
Right.
a Heisman Trophy winner, and an All-Pro running back. OJ was like everybody's hero, and he was like he used to do like the Hertz commercials,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody was getting him for movies, and he's
Mm-hmm.
getting ready to go into a SEAL movie, and the SEALs had trained him and says, "Look, if you're going to play with us, here's how you got to do your stabs. You got to come like this, like that, like they're
And
short."
this was before.
Right. This was before the unaliving.
How far before was he trained to do all that? Do y'all remember?
I don't know, but he tried to claim that his back was hurt and he couldn't have done this. And that's what every lawyer does. You can watch it in every case. There's no way my client, he's a choir boy, he couldn't do this. But OJ was an athlete. OJ was strong.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But Mark Furman talked about when he got there, he spotted a blood thumbprint on the gate.
Mm-hmm.
But that gate had a tricky lock on it, so they called a locksmith to come out. This is why I'm talking about sloppy police work. Well, the locksmith took the lock out and put a new one in. Now they don't know where that went, that evidence. So they should have just left the gate like it was and sealed everything off. It was the sloppiest forensic scene. They got ate alive in front of the jury on that. But what did it take the jury? 30 to 45 minutes to.
Yeah, something like that. The forensic guy that came in, I couldn't believe how much he messed up. I mean, because they had cameras everywhere watching them bag up things, move it to the car and everything else. I mean, you could see just like everything happening. What was his name? Henry Lee, I think.
Henry Lee was the guy that was saying what they did wrong.
Right.
And he was showing the splatter, how things should be splattered. And he's trying to say, in other words, they planted evidence on OJ.
Right.
All that evidence was planted on his, her blood is on his truck, or her red fluid is on his truck, and on his socks.
Mm-hmm.
All that kind of stuff. And they're saying, well, it got planted there.
Yeah.
And the juries were supposed to have been, what they call it, sequestered, when they're supposed to stay in a hotel.
Yeah.
And the judge let family members come over and spend the night for the weekend.
So how did they know that those jury members didn't talk to their family about what was going on?
Well, they were instructed not to, but they did. It's called pillow talk.
Mm-hmm.
And because a lot of times they had to go send the jury back to their room. Remember that? And
yeah,
we got to hear the good stuff, and they didn't.
It was, I watched it during the daytime, and then I'd have it videotaped. So when my husband got home, we'd watch it on the VHS.
Oh my gosh.
But I remember when I was in the military, when that Oklahoma City building came down. Oh, here they're locking the front gates, and now we went onto a different threat con, and I was like, gosh, I need to get off base to go get something to eat, and they got the gate locked. And because at that time they were remodeling our chow hall, so we couldn't go there to eat. So if you didn't bring your own food with you, you went off base, grab whatever you wanted for lunch, and they wouldn't let us off base until they got that straightened out.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be back. My mother-in-law, she was in Oklahoma. She was one of the first responders there. It was bad.
Yeah. Well, those are some big cases that we got to listen to. And then I didn't get to see the Danny Rawlings case, but they held it in the county just north of Gainesville. And he was I think he was on trial. His first trial was for he robbed a bank when he was down there to get money, but the money wasn't any good because they had that red dye over it. It exploded on him. And
I really need to read up on that case and the stuff that you had sent to me.
What was strange on that is the police was at his campsite and he's walking back to the campsite, and he sees them, and he eases back out of there. And the reason they says, well, this ain't the SK. This here is the guy that robbed the bank. They thought it was two different people. And all they had to do was bring dogs in there, and they'd have found him.
Oh my gosh.
They could have got him right then. Of course, he's already done he took out 5 in about 48 hours. And I mean, you want to talk about a city that was at panic. And I would go down there. It's only about a little over an hour away from my house if you take a nice, comfortable drive to it. And people look at you if they know you're out of place, you don't belong there. They looked at you strangely. And all night events were canceled. It was killing their income. And then finally they got this Humphreys guys, and boom, everything went back open, and everything was back to normal. And then when they came out and said that the DNA doesn't match, everything went back to shutdown again. And we were worried up here because we said, he's only an hour away. Who's to say he doesn't move up here and make some attacks like Ted Bundy was doing? Ted went.
At that point, though, you never know where they're going to end up.
Right. And I'm like, and we knew nothing about the guy. And if you saw him on the street, you can't pick these guys out on the street. Some of them, yeah, they look wacky. You just stay away from them. But,
Most of them don't, though.
Yeah. I mean, go look at, the poster boy for that. The 2 poster boys is the Casanova K, and the other one is
Ted Bundy.
Yeah, they look almost like lawyers.
Which one of them was that Danny removed the above the shoulders area and then waited for Rigger to set in and then sat her on the edge of the bed, like on the edge of the bed, sitting up?
Yeah, that was the third victim.
Third one, I was thinking it was the
She
third
was
one.
a female. One detective, because I had a buddy working that case, one detective says she looked like his mom. The other one says she looked like his wife. And he asked some of these girls, they know at least 3 of them, he essayed. He tied them up with tape. That wasn't Gorilla Tape. But he tied them up, and he gagged them their mouth so they couldn't scream. And he essayed them, and then he did what he did. But he would clean every one of them up. And he'd remove the tape, carry it back with him. His daddy taught him to do all this stuff as a little boy. His daddy taught him how to break into homes with that.
Yeah, his dad was a real winner.
Wasn't he? His dad was just as bad as he is, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, or worse.
Yeah, because he raised the guy to that. He made the monster.
Yeah.
Well, and JD's dad.
But here's
the same kind of way.
Well, here's the irony in that case, that when she's talking about that victim, he drops his wallet in her room. He gets back to his campsite and he realizes, I've lost my wallet. He shows back up and gets it. Now, some people believe that he removed her from the neck up. He removed that part and put it on a bookshelf, and he put her rest of her body in a sexually provocative position on the bed, so that her face is staring at her body across the room.
Right.
Oh,
There are some sick people in this world.
There really are.
Yeah, and
God.
he brushed her hair, did all that, brushed her hair, cleaned her up, and did everything but put makeup on her.
And this is the Danny Rollins guy?
Yeah, on the third victim, she worked at the it was either the police station or the 911 call center.
Sally Mae, you're fine.
Because she wanted to be a police officer. And Florida has one of the top 10 criminology schools, Florida and Florida State. They're very strong in criminology.
Hey.
Anyway, that's what happened in that one. And then the next night, he goes over and gets this very attractive girl. She was like a beauty contest, and he runs into her boyfriend there. Now, what they don't know, and the detectives will argue this, they think he was in some of the rooms while they were gone out. And when they came back at home, they know for sure he did on that girl that we just got through talking about, the number 3 victim. Because he waited till she came inside and he hit her across the head. Now, on the back end of that, K-bar knife is a very strong, what they call a pummel. Some people call it the heel of the knife. You hit somebody over the head with that, you about knock them out.
Wow.
That's very strong on the end of that handle. That metal is very powerful, and believe it or not, Marines are taught to do that as a last resort. Use that to hit somebody with.
Hey, Scarlett, if you want to know of a really good one to watch too, is this one was from where I grew up, Kansas City. Sure, I put it in the back.
Okay.
It was in the 80s. I mean, that guy, he was sick.
But you can learn a lot from one case to the next one to the next one. There's going to be some plenty of differences, but there's going to be some plenty of similarities.
Yeah. Well, I go back to, it doesn't matter if I think he's guilty or not. When it comes down to, facts and evidence, I think you should set aside. I mean, if I would to be on that jury, I would set aside everything I know, and I would be able to give that man a fair trial.
Yep.
That's what you have to do if you're going to be, sitting on that jury.
Right.
Yeah, and I think in Danny Rolling's case, he confessed to it right after his defense lawyer gave his opening statement.
Well, he had videotape. I mean, not videotapes. He had audio tapes.
Yeah.
Of it that he had in that tent that he left.
Yep, they found that, and here we go again. They dropped the ball. They didn't play him. Listen to it. They could have got off his DNA right there.
Yeah, it's like, how stupid was that?
I mean, it's like a game of Clue. Connect the dots.
Yeah, because he wanted to keep track of what he did.
And down there, they had National Guardsmen looking for him. I mean, military was activated on it. You had I'm sure you had the FBI in there, but you had all kinds of law enforcement groups volunteering, coming down there looking for this guy.
But even with a confession, Riddler, you still want to have evidence to back it up as well, correct?
Yeah. You never can have too much evidence.
Right. Confessions help, but evidence.
When they finally found out who he was, the missing finger, all that type deal, the part of a missing finger, and the DNA showed it was him. He knew everything was stacked against him, but he would talk to police, but he wouldn't talk to them one-on-one. He would talk to another guy, and that other guy would talk to the police. And they're all in the same room, in the interrogation room. Then he gets engaged or married while he's in.
I don't understand
these women.
Oh, now,
I don't
wait a minute.
either.
Happiest day of her life. She said so.
Oh, yeah.
Did she marry an SK?
Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of people that do that.
Well, look at the goofy doctor that kissed Ted Bundy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell me
Riddler, you're gonna make my coffee come back up now.
Yeah, she kissed Ted Bundy and he kissed her back, and she says, "I'm now the last lady to kiss Ted Bundy."
And that's something to be proud of.
Well, she was in that last case with
Who was it that got all these letters in jail from women around?
Ted Bundy.
Well, Ted Bundy did.
Was that him?
Yeah.
Oh, he got tons of them, but the Richard Ramirez, he got them too, and I mean, all these guys.
All of them get it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these women are off their rocker.
And it's not just the guys. Now the girls are getting them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that one girl's got what you call pay to play. If you want her to write you back, you better send money. Was that Jodi Arias? What's her name?
It Taylor Parker?
Yeah. And I don't know who all did. Now, Bundy's was interesting because he defended himself in court. And it was like one of the first televised court cases we got to watch.
That was a good one.
And because it wasn't federal courts won't let them to be televised, but the state courts will. But a lot of people said Ted was winning that case. until the bite marks came out and the guy showed that.
Yep, he knew then he was done for.
Yeah, it was over. And I'm sure he filed a bunch of appeals, but he helped police find the
Green River.
yeah, Gary Ridgway, is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he told me, he said, when you find a body like that, don't remove it, leave it there. He's coming back to it.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
there's
but
just
he used to he'd go back and he'd put makeup and stuff on him, and of course he would essay him and all kinds of things, and that's what Ridgway was doing.
Yeah. He even brought part of the, let's say from the neck up, he brought it home with him. Ted Bundy did.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, and then it started stinking. He had to get rid of it. His girlfriend, what's that smell? He said, oh, I had an old bologna sandwich. Ugh. He went like that to her. She believed everything, and then she couldn't put two and two together. He's got hammers and golf clubs and tire irons in his car, and he's got handcuffs.
One seat not even in there, right?
Yeah, handcuffs.
I mean, when they went out, what did he have to like put his seat back in, or did they drive her car, or what?
I have no idea. All I know is the part I really got to pick up on it was he had a broken arm. He acted like he had a broken arm and couldn't lift something. And he would ask
Broken
these
leg.
college girls, hey, can you help me with this? Right? And they go, oh, sure. And he would even tell them, hey, I'm going to be in that same class. I just couldn't. I'm right here. I've been at the doctor's all day. Did I miss any? You know, all that. And they carry conversation. As soon as she stuck her head in the car and nobody looked, wham, right on top of her head comes something. He threw her in there, and by the time she woke up, it was too late.
Yeah, well, he went to a beach one day, and I forget how many women disappeared from that beach that day, and it was really busy too.
Yeah, he was a strange character.
I know there were more than 3. Yeah, but you know, people that knew him said they would have never, ever thought, as far as, you know, when he was older. Now, if you listen about when he was a kid, yeah, he was pretty sadistic as a kid too.
Yeah, well,
and
most
he
of them
always did like to bite.
Yeah, most of them are real cruel to animals when they're young.
Yeah, he used to put cats on the clothesline and take
oh my God.
And light them.
Oh my gosh.
And see, that's what makes me think. You know, was a couple miles down the road, you got a dog that was skinned alive.
Yeah.
Or was skinned. I don't know if he was skinned alive, but he was skinned.
Oh, you're talking about Buddy?
Yeah.
The little dog Buddy?
Yeah, little Buddy.
He was such a cute little dog too.
Yeah, he had a little personality, a little smile like on his face or something.
He did, yeah.
But Bundy, women around the country were saying when he went to trial, they go, he ain't no SK. They got the wrong guy.
He's too good looking. He doesn't scare me. He's a sweetheart. He looks like a sweetheart.
He got caught on a traffic stop in a place called Pensacola, Florida, which is right there near the border of Alabama and Florida, over in the Gulf area. And he had unalived some female students at the Florida State University, which is in Tallahassee, and he hit them over the head with a stick.
Oh.
Found out in the yard, as far as we know. And he also unalived a young junior high or middle school girl in a place called Lake City, Florida. That's the one. You're right. He will not talk about it. He unalived her, and but the trial was held down in Miami, which is about it's on almost the bottom tip of Florida. So from my house, it's about a 6-hour drive, and from Pensacola, where he was arrested, that's got to be at least 12 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Florida has the longest coastline of any state except for Alaska.
That says a lot about women and their taste choosing men, You know, oh, he's good looking. He has to be an angel. Really?
Yeah.
Come on, ladies.
And when you look at this guy,
Ugh.
he looks like either a doctor or a lawyer. Am I right, Lady V?
Yeah.
He could have walked in a hospital, put a
He
stethoscope around his neck, and put on a white jacket,
Yeah.
a long white jacket with a fake badge. And if he
And
walked
they
in my
would have
room,
believed him.
I'd have believed he was the radiologist or the whatever, the specialist doctor, the orthopedic surgeon,
Cardiologist or
anything. I'd have believed whatever he told me because he looked just like one.
Yeah, he did.
And the
Wow.
thing about it is they had that rascal captured twice and he escaped both times.
Yeah, the last time he escaped, he did some more.
Yeah, he jumped out of a 2 or 3 story
A
library.
two-story.
Two-story library, yeah. He jumped out of it and landed outside and off he went.
Well, and when they caught him, they didn't even know who they had.
Right.
He ended up having to tell them. He's like, he couldn't believe they didn't know who they had. And because he had the wrong, he had stole this guy's driver's license and stuff. And so, yeah, they had no clue they had Bundy. Back then, they didn't have as much cooperation and they had no means of really sharing information with each other.
Right.
That was the other part he's helped out with. He says states don't talk to states.
Yeah.
He says,
And he had studied that whenever he was working as the SA hotline. He was finding out then. He was researching how much they had on cooperation with each other.
he said, I would pick up a girl in one state, do the crime in the second state, drop the clothes off in the third state, then dump her body in the fourth state. And they couldn't put 2 and 2 together. Where's this girl from? Where are these clothes from?
They have no idea.
Yeah, I wonder what had a struggle here. 2 deers fighting each other for a doe. I mean, you can see something had happened there. I mean, yeah, they couldn't put 2 and 2 together. And your driver's license, it didn't tell you if you had a warrant back then in another state.
Yeah.
Well, back then the driver's license weren't even regular driver's license. They were pretty much a piece of paper, and they didn't have your picture on them either.
Yeah.
Scarlett, who was it that you said that you see in the grocery store a lot or something of the sort?
Huh?
Did you say that like you see someone?
No, I did. I said I saw
Oh, the
Charlie
yeah.
Achero from BTK. It's the first family that he unalived.
Oh, like like his family?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, the national news would come on back in the 70s, and it raised everybody's hair on their back of their neck because they would report these guys. And the BTK strikes again. Police still clueless. Zodiac, that was a good one.
Oh, they never have caught him.
And Unabomber, they didn't find him until his brother.
Yeah, his brother turned him in.
Right.
He's way out in the middle of the boonies.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. Mark said, Gary Ridgway looks like a sewer rat. The resemblance is uncanny, but dude has girls writing him letters every day.
Yep.
I don't...
He's ugly.
I don't understand that mentality of men and women who write people.
I don't either.
Well,
Don't
look
get
at
it.
BK. He's already got a girl from Kentucky that's madly in love with him.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, there's a bunch of women who, like, I've showed y'all screenshots of some of the stuff that these women have put on social media. How much they love him, and they want to marry, like, just all kinds of stuff, sending him money and everything else.
Wow.
There's seriously got to be something wrong with
No.
those women. Yeah. It's just, it's like a huge fan club, man.
Yeah. Like, they were, I guess they were, like, trying to one-up each other. One of them would post their receipt where they put money on his books and be like $25. And then the next one's posting a $50 receipt. And I'm just like, literally wasting their money on a guy that they're never going to meet.
That's crazy.
Well, we don't know if they're never going to meet him, but
They better hope they don't.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
At least
but,
if he gets let out, they best not meet him.
well, that's like the lady from Kentucky. Like, what would she do if she's writing one of these guys and saying the stuff that we saw her talk, say about Bryan, and one of these guys end up getting out of jail, and they show up on her doorstep, and it's like, okay, you wanted to take care of me. You said you were in love with me. Here I am.
Yep.
What's she gonna do then?
Worse than that, what if, let's just say BK ends up going to the big house for a while, and he tells the guy, I'll give you a girl's name and address. You're fixing to get out.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I'll sell it to you for $20.
Or if
Exactly.
you don't hurt
And
me,
he shows up at her house. BK told me about you, and he told me to take you out on a date. He told me he wants me to just take you out. I can't hug or kiss you, but I can take you out and buy you dinner, because that's what he would do, and take you to the movies. And then whack, he's got her.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
how.
dangerous.
don't hurt me, I'll tell you this woman you can go hurt.
Yep. And there's sick individuals who are sitting in prison right now that would do something like that.
Mhm.
Oh,
But
definitely.
they do that. They sell your stuff. They'll blackmail them girls. Send me more money, or else I'll start giving these to these SAs that are in here. Especially if the girl's got children. Now she's put everybody in jeopardy.
Yep.
That is, I don't know.
The world is just bizarre.
It is.
Absolutely bizarre.
I mean, the same lady in Kentucky, she was so obsessed with that one guy that was in prison in Kentucky that he had to tell the jail or the prison not to let her back in to see him.
That's pretty bad.
Oh my gosh.
And she was putting money on his books. And he tells him, like, don't let her back in to see me.
I don't want to see her again. She's weird. That's pretty bad now.
What's the latest on the John Benet Ramsey, the goof down the street that said he did it? What's the
I
latest?
haven't heard any more about that one.
I haven't either.
No arrest has been made, or
Not that I know of.
Riddler Sally Mae wants to know, do you watch documentaries about SKs?
yeah, some of them I watch them. Yeah, I watched this one. What's his name? He had a little trailer out behind his house, and they would him and his wife would kidnap these girls and her daughter. They were all three in on it, and they would bring these women there, chain them down, and he let them hear this tape about how awful they were. And the Casanova, now there's two Casanova Ks.
Yeah.
Get the one from the 60s and 70s. They said he made Bundy look like a church boy.
Yeah, he was not well.
I mean, this guy even got a police officer and put him in the back of his own car, carried him out to the woods, handcuffed him to a tree, and then unalived him. Him and another guy, put them both in the back of the squad car. And women fell for this guy all the time. He looked like a Hollywood movie star. To me, he looked like Errol Flynn in a way, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think he was that good looking myself, but they say he was.
Yeah, I couldn't judge it either, but the women were. Of course, he probably knew how to find the hopeless.
Oh yeah, they're good at that. Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. I gotta get up in about 4 hours. So.
Me too. Good night, guys. Good
But see,
night,
Lady
lady.
V and I.
All right, Liza, have a good night.
Oh, I'll wait. Go ahead.
We grew up in an era where these things were really popular. All of a sudden, they came to light on television.
Right.
You know, we didn't have CNN and all that stuff.
Internet and all that
None
stuff.
of that. And
Yeah,
so
to
we
keep
watched
up with
Walter Cronkite or David Brinkley for about 30 minutes, or Howard K. Smith and Harry Reasoner for about 30 minutes, and we got what we could from there. And then you go read the newspaper.
Newspapers, yeah.
And then when the USA Today came out, we thought that was great.
Mm-hmm.
And then you followed these cases, and that's how you stayed on top of them. And then, of course, you heard so many rumors also that couldn't be. There was no such thing as Snopes back then, or no way to verify it. It was just
Yeah.
people talking hearsay. But that's the era Lady V and I know about and grew up with. And
Right.
it was bizarre, but it was scary days back then.
Yeah, it was really scary. I mean,
You didn't. Most
you
homes,
didn't go hitchhiking or
no.
anything that you'd,
Most
man.
homes didn't have burglar alarms. Most homes didn't have cameras. There was none of that hardly back then. And if it was grainy.
Yeah, I don't even think I would have known what that was back then. Oh, JC, give me a second, hon.
Okay.
Wait, where did Lady V go?
She said, give her a second. This won't be a 10-minute one. This will be a second.
Oh, and she didn't drop off tonight again at 3:06. So she's made it 2 nights in a row without getting knocked off at that time.
I got knocked off twice. But it was my computer that did it, not. I don't know what's going on with it. It just started making this loud noise. Went right through my headphones, and I said, oh my goodness. And I just come back in, and it brings me back up. Scarlett, I'm going to head out of here too. You got a super wonderful channel.
Thank you.
And so many of your participants over there in the chat and your membership, they're wonderful people. And you have some top-notch people on your panels too. And I love it when Willie's up here.
Yeah, he
all
said
the excitement.
Yeah, he said he had to drop early tonight because he had to get up early in the morning. So maybe he'll be back tomorrow night.
Well, I'm going out to the Navy base tomorrow, so
okay.
hopefully
Well,
I'll be back. Yeah, it'll be fun out there.
Good night, Riddler.
Good night, Lady.
Good night.
JC, I'm going to drop it in the back for you, hon.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to drop this and then I'm going to get off.
All right, You're
right.
welcome, Lady B. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Get
Have
some
a
rest.
good night. Have a good night, guys.
Don't drop off till you go to the back chat.
I won't.
All right, there you go. Good night.
All right, Lady V. Have a good night. Thanks for coming up. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Did you get her thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Well, thank you again, Scarlett, for having me tonight. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, you're welcome, and thank you for coming up. And I hope you have a good night.
Yep. Thank you. Good night.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Mooch, have a good night. Let's see what our putting notices on everything. KK autocorrect just sucks. All right, hold on 1 second. Yeah, and if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do so. I got to look at something real quick in my email. There is something that Troll has sent to me that is a case. Sunny Sarnek. She's an 18-year-old girl that's been missing from Trenton, Nebraska. Has anybody heard of it? I'm trying to find out when it was that she went missing, though. Okay, so she went missing April the 20th of 2019. So I'm going to try to get some information on this and do a live on it. It just said she was traveling with a 42-year-old man named Cliff Coates. So yeah, I'm going to for sure have to get some information on this and get a live done on it. see what we can find out about it. They're investigating another possible BTK. Penny, that's what somebody said. I think Lady V had said that earlier, that they're at a property of his and digging up his backyard. Yeah, Mark, I'll get some information on it. We'll do a live on it one night. And there's another one that this guy that's missing, he's from Colorado, and his mama, y'all, has been posting over and over and over on Twitter about him missing. And she's trying to find him. He's from Colorado. So I'm going to try to see if I can talk to her and get some information on him too, and see if we can do a live on that as well. Never like to hear cases that start off with she left with I know Callie. And she was 18 when she went missing. So I will definitely get some information on that tomorrow. And get something put together for y'all. Because I haven't even read this hear anything about it that Troll has sent to me. All of my nieces are around when Shady dudes. Mark, I don't blame you for that. It's better to be safe than sorry. All right, let me put it in the chat, King Scarlet. Her name is, it's, oh shit, hold on. Sunny Sharmak, Sramek. All right. And King Scarlet, if I find anything else on it, I'll let you know, because I'm going to definitely look into it. All right, y'all. I think I'm about to end it here as well. It's almost 4 o'clock. Mark, that is true. Because, I mean, she's been missing since 2019. So, yeah, that case, it needs some attention on it. Let's see. King Scarlet, if that's another case that you're putting in chat that needs some attention, send me some information on it. Sally Mae, it's a property that I don't know if it still belongs to BTK or maybe where he lived at one point, but they're digging the yard up, is what Lady V and them were talking about earlier. And JC, are you still up here? I'm going to go ahead and kick her down from the studio. I don't know why I didn't take her thing down. But yeah, I'm about to get out of here, y'all, so I can go on the bed. But if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, make sure you do so. On your way out, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight, and everybody who come up on panel. I will be back tomorrow night. Hopefully we'll get to hear something of what happens tomorrow at the status hearing. Okay, hold on just a second, Mark, and I'll put her name back in the chat. Okay, there it is right there. Tonka, have a good night. Yes, Penny, that's it. All right, well, I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Liza, have a good night, and thank you for coming on panel. All right, y'all have a good night. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way out, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.